Live now on YouTube as well, live on TikTok. Let me just announce this in the Discord real quick. Okay, a lot of news to go over today, a lot of economic news to go over today, and legal in some regards too, pertaining to the Supreme Court decision about Trump's use of IEPA to implement tariffs, which was struck down as I think everyone expected it to be. Hold on. I think everything is up and running. So I've pulled up a few things here. We got new inflation numbers today. We got new GDP numbers today, which paint a very different picture of the economy than MAGA would like you to believe. And as if the economic news couldn't get any worse for them, the tariffs have been struck down pretty decisively in a 6-3 decision where the only dissenters were obviously Clarence Thomas and Samuel Alito, and then I believe that Brett Kavanaugh joined them in that dissent. Other than that, you had actually two of Trump's own Supreme Court nominations voting against the tariffs or deciding against the tariffs in Neil Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett. So he was not too happy about that. He was saying that these people are an embarrassment, that the Supreme Court is influenced by foreign actors, and that he is going to proceed forward anyways with pursuing tariffs through other legal means. We're going to get into that. I've highlighted some important things from this Supreme Court decision, which show that like even if Trump wants to reimpose tariffs, he's now going to have a much trickier time doing it because there's a lot more hurdles he has to jump through, a lot more of a procedure he has to abide by, which is not necessarily going to blunt the impact of tariffs if he brings them back, but will definitely be a pain in his ass, which is good to know. So I just want to make sure we're waiting for some more people to hop on. YouTube chat is up and running. TikTok chat is up and running. Okay. Let's get started first with the biggest news of the day, which was the Supreme Court decision on the use of the IEPA, which it basically is emergency powers for economic situations, which Trump was essentially abusing to unilaterally impose tariffs with no real process. And he claims these were emergency powers he was invoking, but as we saw, it was based on a whim that he was changing these tariff rates. When one of the leaders in Canada, for example, released an advertisement showing Ronald Reagan arguing against tariffs, this enraged Donald Trump so much that he started threatening to increase the tariff rate. So what we already knew here is that while the Trump team was arguing in court that they were using emergency powers for emergency reasons, in reality, these tariffs were being imposed during peacetime when there was no real emergency, and the justification was being retroactively created to excuse or justify the actions that Trump wanted to take. So there's a few really important parts in this Supreme Court decision which I think are important to discuss here. First and foremost, and let me just expand this a little bit to make sure everyone can see it. So this here is a point that you don't see often mentioned, but the Supreme Court says themselves, the government thus concedes that the president enjoys no inherent authority to impose tariffs during peacetime. It instead relies exclusively on IEPA to defend the challenged tariffs. It reads the words regulate and importation to effect a sweeping delegation of Congress's power to set tariff policy, authorizing the president to impose tariffs of unlimited amount and duration on any product. This was not the initial intent of IEPA, and it's very clear, our Constitution makes very clear that the power of taxation is going to be delegated to Congress and is only going to be given to the executive in cases that are explicitly set out by Congress. This power cannot be manufactured out of thin air, like Trump believed it could be. There's a major questions doctrine the court referenced here as well, in that if Congress has not explicitly given the president the power here to set tariffs, he can't just assume this power just based on a practical reading of how our Constitution works, that we have three branches of government. In no proper conception of the United States system could the president start unilaterally enacting fiscal policy, essentially in peacetime. So in several cases described involving, quote, major questions, the court has reasoned that both separation of powers principles and a practical understanding of legislative intent suggest Congress would not have delegated highly consequential power through ambiguous language. Essentially, if IEPA doesn't explicitly say the president can impose whatever tariff he wants for as long as he wants, to try to read that into the text of the law is really doesn't make much sense, because if Congress really wanted to delegate that much power, they would have said so explicitly. There is, hold on. Against the backdrop of clear and limited delegations, the government reads IEEPA to give the president power to unilaterally impose unbounded tariffs and change them at will. That view would represent a transformative expansion of the president's authority over tariff policy. It is also telling that in IEEPA's half-century of existence, no president has invoked the statute to impose any tariffs, let alone tariffs of this magnitude and scope. When you look back at the tariffs under Joe Biden or Barack Obama, those were accomplished through different legal avenues. And this is brought up later on in the decision, which is why when you saw Trump's press conference, he was like, oh, I'm really upset about the decision, but ultimately we can still impose tariffs a different way. Well, the court mentions those different ways, and they put a lot more of a limit on how Trump can go about tariffing other countries. So when Congress grants the power to impose tariffs, it does so clearly and with careful constraints on time and on percentage. It did neither in IEEPA. And then it mentions some of the legal avenues that I expect Trump will be using to pursue tariffs. Numerous laws, such as the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 and the Trade Act of 1974, continue to authorize the president to place tariffs on foreign imports in a variety of circumstances, and presidents have often done so. In recent years, Presidents George W. Bush, Obama, and Biden have all imposed tariffs on foreign imports under those statutory authorities. The issue is, for Trump at least, if he wants to use the Trade Expansion Act or the Trade Act, this is going to involve a much more rigorous process to justify the tariffs. I believe that for one of these, the Secretary of Commerce, who is unfortunately Howard Lutnick, is going to have to actually put together a report which is in some way demonstrating that our trade with other countries is posing a sufficient risk to our national security or domestic industry such that the president may impose tariffs. And even there, I believe that these laws are going to lay out limits on how high the tariff rate can be, as well as limits on the duration of time for which they can be imposed, which plays a major role, again, in Trump's foreign policy and his trade policy, because all of these trade deals he's made, all of these foreign policy deals he's made, essentially are him going to other countries and saying, hey, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, I'm going to indefinitely impose an extremely high tariff on you. Now, if he wants to use the Trade Expansion Act or the Trade Act, he can't any longer say 300% tariff for eternity. These other countries are going to know that, okay, even if he does tariff us, there's only so much he can impose in terms of percentage, and even then, there's only so long it can be put in place. And then the next question is, would the Republican-controlled Congress, even in some way, consolidate or codify these tariffs? And the answer to that is obviously no, because even if Mike Johnson can put together a House majority to do this, the Senate Republicans will never vote to codify these tariffs, because ultimately, other than the Trump loyalists, even most Republicans think this is disastrous economic policy. And speaking of disastrous for our economy, we do have new numbers now for both inflation and GDP from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, which paint a very, very different picture of the current state of the economy versus what Trump would like you to believe. So I want to go through a few points from this. So first of all, our real gross domestic product, meaning adjusted for inflation, our GDP in the fourth quarter, real GDP, increased at an annual rate of only 1.4% in the fourth quarter. And bear in mind, these numbers may have some statistical noise because they include October and November. And remember, for all of October and half of November, we were in a government shutdown, and a lot of data collection was not being done. The numbers here are interesting in the fourth quarter for real GDP. So number one, and this actually relates to the tariffs, Trump would have you believe that these tariffs mean that other countries are going to buy more from America, right? This was the entire idea from Trump Republicans, which is that if you impose these tariffs, now all these other countries are going to start buying made in America goods. Well, we see here that this was not actually the case. The only thing that really positively contributed to our real GDP here was an increase in consumer spending and an increase in investment. And bear in mind, the increases in investment are largely due to artificial intelligence, data centers, and the like, which are propping up, according to some accounts, anywhere from like 20 to 40% of our GDP. in 2025. And if you look here at the drags on our real GDP, first of all, you have a decrease in government spending, which was in part due to the government shutdown. And then you have, actually, funny enough, a decrease in exports and a decrease in imports. Now, here you might be saying, okay, how is this a decrease in imports if the bar is going up? Well, actually, a decrease in imports is positive for the GDP, because the GDP equation is consumer spending plus investment plus government spending plus net exports, which is going to be subtracting the import number. And what you see here is, funny enough, the tariffs, which were supposed to be 10,000 IQ trade policy, ended up resulting in lower exports and lower imports. You'd expect to see, under the Trump logic, that you have lower imports but higher exports. But no, we actually have lower exports, which is obvious, because when you antagonize other countries by imposing tariffs on them, they will do the same to you. This is why Donald Trump has to consistently bail out the farmers like he did in his first term, because countries like China that buy stuff from our farmers are going to respond in kind if you tariff them and buy less from us. So ultimately, this was a drag on our trade relationships. At least if our exports were up, there would be some argument for MAGA that tariffs are doing something good. But ultimately, we got the worst of both worlds. And this gets now down to the micro, which is, you saw a lot of MAGA people celebrating recently when we got the BLS numbers for inflation, which I was saying they're celebrating a little bit preemptively, because those BLS numbers, again, do not take into account price fluctuations in all of October and half of November. And now we have here the numbers from the Department of Commerce, which show a very, very, very different story. First of all, real DPI, which essentially is showing, after taxes, the real amount of money people are taking home, month over month from November to December, was 0.0, meaning from November to December, people's real purchasing power, their take-home pay after taxes in real terms, did not grow an iota. It stayed flat, 0.0. And even these November numbers in the left column, view them with caution, because these are month-over-month numbers. And again, for all of October, no data. For half of November, no data. So there's like a lot of filling in the gaps here, which is going to call into question the validity here. But what we do know is, at least from November to December, the average person saw no increase in their purchasing power. It was completely stagnant. However, at the same time, you look at the PCE price index month over month, and what you see for November to December is 0.4, which is very bad. This is a very, very bad number, because if you annualize a 0.4% increase in inflation from month over month, if you annualize that, you're talking 4 to 5%, 4.8% around, which is way, way, way above the Fed's 2% target. And it now throws into question what the Federal Reserve is going to do next, because up until this, the common wisdom was sort of that either they maintain rates or they slightly cut rates to strengthen our labor markets, right? Now this throws into the question, should they be raising rates? If you see, first of all, a major increase in the trajectory of prices increasing, right? So like, for example, from October to November, and again, take the November numbers with a grain of salt because of the shutdown, 0.2% month over month increase in the price index. From November to December, 0.4%. So you see month to month, almost a doubling of the increase in the inflation rate. Again, 0.4% is not good. And the Federal Reserve prefers these PCE numbers to the CPI numbers from the BLS. So this is actually a lot more instructive as to the state of the economy than the BLS numbers we got recently. So overall, what have we seen here is not only that the tariffs have been struck down by the courts, but even insofar as they affected the economy before that, exports were down and imports were down, people's purchasing power has stagnated, and inflation has started to tick up to a degree that is not really ideal, and now puts the Federal Reserve in a very tough spot where if they keep rates the same, this could have negative impact on the labor market. If they cut rates, it might help the labor market, but speed up the actual month-to-month rate of inflation. And if they raise the rates, maybe it does cool the increase in prices, but now you have a problem with the labor market. So these are not good numbers for the Trump administration economically. The trajectory is not looking good. And this ends up showing us that in reality, the inflation rate for the year at least of 2025, as well as the GDP for 2025, are much more meager, much less impressive than MAGA has been touting over the last few months. And it's not looking great going into midterms, especially if Trump is now going to double down on putting in tariffs. It is like shooting himself in the foot when already we have indications in terms of the data that he is now less popular than Joe Biden was. Even right-wing pollsters like Rasmussen have showed that if you ask people who is a better president, Biden or Trump, they actually now say Biden. A plurality say Biden versus Trump. So if he really wants to double down on this tariff policy through the Trade Act or the Trade Expansion Act, it's not going to bode well for him. And I'm very curious to see how much MAGA wants to address this, because they were everywhere shouting from the rooftops when the BLS numbers came out. And now when the more accurate Department of Commerce numbers have come out on inflation and GDP, I feel like they're going to be a lot more quiet, because 0.4% increase in inflation month over month is a major red flag. It is not good at all. And the increases we saw in consumer spending, which played a major role in the real GDP increasing at all, is an increase in spending on services. So you do have housing and utilities, but other than that, you have recreation services, healthcare, financial services, other services. And then when you look at a lot of these goods, durable goods, clothing and footwear, motor vehicles and parts, a lot of the actual spending on goods went down. So what you see here is like a lot of the increase in consumer spending is being driven by services, not by goods. And to the extent that people are still buying goods, their actual real purchasing power has stagnated as of late. So again, none of this is good for MAGA. I'm sure we'll start hearing the spin really soon. They have to come up with some way to explain this or justify this. And bear in mind, all of these numbers are being, to some extent, distorted or warped by the fact that for a month and a half, we got no real data, and that is going to influence projections we have going forward, which is really relevant to take into account. So the reports after the Supreme Court decision came out were that Trump basically started having a meltdown. He was going on some kind of profanity-ridden rant. He comes out and he essentially accuses Supreme Court justices of like betraying the country. He in some way implies that they were affected by foreign influence, which keep an eye on that, because anytime that Trump wants to delegitimize other branches of government, other institutions, or our elections, the first place he's going to point is foreign interference. This seems to be the plan as well for interfering in the 2026 midterms, where he is going to point either at Iran or either at Venezuela and say that they have in some way hacked our voting machines, and this is why Tulsi Gabbard now has to get involved, or this is why the National Guard has to get involved in seizing voting machines or voting records. So overall, not trending in a great direction, but Trump is going to go down kicking and screaming. He's not going to back off these tariffs. He's not a very ideological person. There's maybe two things he actually believes in ideologically, and one of those things is tariffs. So where there's a will, there's a way. And it's to the benefit of the Democrats, politically speaking, because what you saw when the tariffs were struck down is the markets reacted very positively. And if Trump is like, no, I want the tariffs back, we're going to find a way to do it, then the economic growth he could have taken credit for if the tariffs went away is going to evaporate in front of our eyes, which, again, begs the question as to what is he trying to do here? Does he care about the midterms, or is he just so certain that he's going to be able to steal them that he does not care about the policy that would affect voter sentiment? That's unclear right now, but that is sort of the main news of the day. I want to switch over now to debates, or if anyone has questions or comments in the chat, you can let me know on YouTube or TikTok. And then other than that, hopefully we can get some debates going today. We got a few yesterday, but it wasn't exactly the best and the brightest that MAGA has to offer. So let's see if we can get some of that going. And then if not, it might be a relatively short live for today. I did just really want to go over the news today because the economic this was like such a bad day for Trump in terms of economic news. And I wonder if the MAGA people are going to be in hiding because of that, or if they're going to have some kind of talking point ready to go. Good information. It feels like Trump will just switch talking points. Once prices drop, he'll be all about it. The thing is, like, Trump doesn't even care if prices drop or if the stock market does well if that conflicts with tariffs. He's ideologically married to tariffs. He's not an ideological man, but one of the few things that Trump like genuinely believes in policy-wise is tariffs. He's been in favor of tariffs for decades now, and it doesn't make much sense. UFO will make the news soon. Yeah, I believe he instructed his Department of Defense to start releasing documents on UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. I don't know that we have like proof of extraterrestrial life on Earth. It more so just seems like this is some kind of technology which is beyond explanation, unless it's like some highly classified Chinese military equipment or even American military equipment. But I feel like if that was the case, our intelligence agencies would know that. Why do you prefer PCE to CPI? Genuine question. Why does the Fed prefer it? The PCE is more comprehensive. Like, it also takes into account how much employers have to spend on things, right? CPI is looking mainly at like consumer spending, and PCE takes into account not just consumer spending, but also more broadly speaking, how much different actors in the economy are having to spend on goods and services. And also the PCE shows us, you have like real PCE, which shows us, like, I'll go to the real PCE here, which is a good stat to look at. Where is it? Yeah, so like real PCE, the reason this is really important is real PCE is showing that if you, for example, if consumer spending goes up, how much of that consumer spending going up was just a function of inflation and higher prices versus a function of people actually buying more stuff, right? And like, you can look at nominal consumer spending and say, oh, wow, consumers are spending more. But if 90% of that increase is explained by just prices being higher, and then only 10% is explained by people actually buying more stuff, this is where the real PCE is going to be really helpful, where you see real PCE, the change here was only 0.1. Whereas the actual like current dollar PCE and the PCE price index was 0.4. So like a lot of the increase in spending, this is why like our nominal GDP also is higher right now. I believe our nominal GDP for 2025 was like above 5%. But nominal GDP does not really tell us much, because if it's not inflation adjusted, it's so easy to get skewed numbers or like a misunderstanding of the direction of the economy. So, I mean, CPI is still important, but the PCE tends to be the preferred metric the Fed uses because I believe it's just more comprehensive. Another question, what do you think is better to measure wealth among people, GDP per capita or median net wealth? I think they're both relevant in different ways. The thing with GDP is like GDP tells us about productivity on like a net scale, but it takes into account a lot of different factors that the average person might not feel. Like, for example, a lot of our GDP growth right now overall is being driven by AI data centers, and the average person is not really experiencing the economic productivity growth that results from like more AI data centers right now. They'd be more affected by things like government spending, or obviously like net exports, and obviously they would be the ones influencing consumer spending. And when it comes to median net wealth, I think that is a really good metric. I think median in general, median real wages as well. We focus a lot on averages. Averages can be skewed up or down if you have like really big outliers or really low outliers. I think the median typically is going to be a better thing to look at. In general, if you're looking at economic stats and you want to know how is the average normal person being affected, I think you typically would want to look at median stats rather than average stats, although both are important in different ways. Median net wealth is skewed by asset inflation, no? Especially homes. Yeah, and this is true. This is differentiating homes. Like, for example, this is also a really big thing with CPI, I believe, is like when they're calculating how much people are spending on housing, it's easy to calculate rent increases, but if someone's paying a mortgage and they're calculating the CPI, they actually won't just mark down your mortgage payment. I believe what they do, the BLS, is they ask people who own their home how much they would rent it out for, rather than just looking at their mortgage payment, because your mortgage payment is going to be set in stone based on the initial agreement you signed, whereas the rent you would charge to live in your home is going to vary with market conditions. So in general, trying to separate and measure increase in home values that are owned versus like increases in rents is going to be like a little bit difficult to do, and there's going to be noise there. So that's where looking at category by category changes is going to be complicated. So a lot of these metrics are very imperfect. A lot of them are averages. A lot of them condense down massive disparities in different sectors that are going to be changing in different ways. So even these numbers are kind of imperfect. The real, I think, story here is a lot of the economic numbers we're getting are being skewed by the government shutdown and the way that these numbers are being collected. And you really have to wonder how much Republicans, or at least Donald Trump, wanted that government shutdown to be longer because the BLS isn't collecting any data. You're going to skew the data in your favor because a lot of the impacts of these tariffs, which are now, at least for now, gone, we're going to start manifesting in Q3 and Q4 and then Q1 of 2026. And if such a major part of the second half of 2025 was not being recorded, that is going to affect especially our month-over-month numbers. And month-over-month numbers are really important because if you have, our annual year-over-year inflation rate is 3% or whatever it may be, that can mean a lot of different things. For example, you can have 2 years on paper, both of which are annually 3% inflation. But in one of those situations, you could have every month, the month-over-month inflation rate went up 0.1%, 0.2%, 0.4%, 0.5%. It might average out to something that looks okay on paper if the earlier months were low enough. And then you could have another situation where month to month it stayed steady, or it actually went down month to month, right? So I think these month-over-month numbers sometimes can be a lot more instructive than just the annual numbers because they show us what direction are things moving in. And this is why, to me, this 0.4 number is very concerning. I think the Fed is going to think twice on what to do with rates now when you have 0.4% from November to December. This is very, very, very significant, especially after the 0.2 you have for November, which already is probably going to be artificially lower due to the government shutdown. So... And the sad thing is, everyone in this live now knows more about the economy than Donald Trump or Howard Lutnick. What did I miss? So we got new numbers from the Department of Commerce on inflation and GDP. And what you see for the price index here, which again, the PCE is the preferred inflation metric of the Fed over the CPI. What you see for the month-over-month increase in the PCE from November to December is a 0.4% increase, which annualized is way, way, way higher than the 2% target of the Fed. Now, obviously, if you're annualizing that, you'd be assuming a consistent 0.4% trend month over month. It could go down going forward, but the worry is if you go from 0.2 to 0.4, that's not a positive direction. It really is not a positive direction. Which is why, like, year-over-year rates are important to see, but if you're seeing month-over-month increases or month-over-month decreases, that also tells a really important story about the direction the economy is moving in. And there's so many things canceling each other out right now. Like, first of all, you had the Liberation Day tariffs, a lot of which were never fully imposed because Trump chickened out and paused a lot of them, lowered the rates, put temporary hiatus on them, or the rates were shifting up and down, or specific companies or specific sectors were given exemptions for certain months. So even measuring the impact of tariffs is so difficult because they were so variable over the course of the year. Now, I guess they've been struck down, but you're probably going to see new ones that are going to be brought under the Trade Expansion Act or the Trade Act. And for the Federal Reserve to sort through, okay, how much of prices going up is just a one-time increase in the price level because of tariffs versus an actual increase in the rate of inflation. And these things are very hard to separate. So if there's one thing that Donald Trump has accomplished over the last year and a quarter, it's that he has made it much harder to just evaluate economic data. Because when your economic policy is shifting so significantly and on such short notice so often, it is so hard for businesses and even for our government to figure out what is causing what. Like, if prices increased in this sector, is that because of the tariffs or something else? And I mean, I think part of that may be intentional, where if you just create so much confusion about why the economy is behaving in this way, you have enough plausible deniability to blame someone else or blame something else rather than taking accountability or responsibility. And inflation is derived from money creation, so that is irrelevant. The inflation metrics used by the Federal Reserve are derived from the PCE and the CPI to some extent as well. Inflation is in many regards a functional measurement of like the real cost of given goods, which is why, again, it's really important to look at things like a real GDP rather than nominal GDP. When it comes to like the idea of money creation, there's a lot of misinformation that goes out on money creation. So I actually made a TikTok about this a while ago, which I want to pull up. It might be privated now, which there was this talking point for a while that, like, did you know 80% of all the money in circulation was created like last year, which was never true. I'm going to find this video. I think I still have it somewhere here. Let's see. There we go. Okay, yeah, so the talking point you will often hear from the right is that, did you know 80% of all the dollars in circulation right now have been printed since 2020? Isn't that crazy? 80% of all our money only came into existence after 2020 because the evil Federal Reserve just snapped their fingers and created all this money. You hear this talking point everywhere. So much. Could not be further from the truth. Let me just pull up the actual stat I had used here. I believe I had a screenshot from the St. Louis Federal Reserve. So yeah, as of May 2020, the M1 money supply, which people say, oh, the M1 money supply increased by 80% since 2020. The reason that is the case is because as of May 2020, they shifted what is counted in the M1 money supply, such as savings deposits. Things like savings deposits were not previously considered in the M1 money supply. So these measures of like how much money is flowing through the economy are so oversimplified. A lot of these dollars are just sitting in reserves. They're not actually circulating through the economy. So their effect on the velocity of money or the inflation rate is going to be a lot more difficult to pinpoint than people that just believe there's like a massive money printing machine that the Federal Reserve just shoots out. These things are like a lot more multifaceted and complicated than the libertarian types would have you believe.
If you look at something like the M2 money supply,
hold on.
which has always included savings deposits.
And yeah, if you juxtapose the M1 money supply with the M2 money supply, which always took into account the savings deposits, for example, what you saw after 2020 was there was still an increase, but not to the same extent as the 80% number that many people allege. So only point I'm making here is economics is far more complicated than people would have you believe. And doesn't mean you can't criticize the Federal Reserve or the government's economic policy or all these different reports from different businesses. But anyone who tries to give you a very black and white reductive view, government print money, no good. Government spend money, no good. Like, these are such simplistic black and white ideas that, honestly, if someone said this in an economics classroom, they would be laughed out of the room. So it's hard to take these types of claims very seriously. Tariff is a tax. You can calculate that into the price. So it's a tax plus, I don't even know what you're referring to right now. What I've brought up here is the CPE and the CPI. When's the new chairman coming? I believe in the next few months we're going to have the new. But here's the thing. Even once Trump appoints a new chairman, the chairman of the Federal Reserve does not have unilateral power to change rates. They still have to consult the other governors on the board. So Powell, while he won't be the chair, is still going to have some equal influence on these decisions as the other people on the board will. Yeah, you are educated while not knowing what you're talking about. Do you think that the Department of Commerce is lying, or the BLS was lying, because all I've done thus far is reference statistics from the government and explain what they mean, and it caused you to crash out for some reason, which I don't understand why, but never mention reality in front of like a libertarian or like an Austrian economics person. With that being said, can we now move to either immigration or corruption or the authoritarian takeover? Are there just no Trump supporters left? That's kind of the idea we got yesterday. Is not a lot of these people left. I don't know if other people have been having success in finding MAGA debaters to hop on, but it's slim pickings nowadays because it's getting pretty indefensible. The people that are still left in the MAGA camp and still are willing to defend MAGA, it's not exactly the cream of the crop, not exactly the smartest. The smart ones who still support him have shut their mouth and went into hiding, and they're just waiting for something to get better and save them. And the smart ones that had some kind of moral compass, they probably stopped supporting Trump a while ago. No one wants to deal with Democrats anymore. No one wants to deal with Donald Trump and the authoritarian Republican Party anymore. His tariffs have been hurting people and accomplishing nothing. There are no smart ones. I wish that was true. Unfortunately, J.D. Vance is smart. Vivek Ramaswamy is smart. Ben Shapiro is smart. And it's the smart MAGA people who are the scariest ones because they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Was Keynes based? I guess in some ways. A lot of what I learned in my economics degree was modeling, and in regards to like, what about Thomas Sowell or Milton Friedman or Keynes? It's like you can't unilaterally say this one economist figured it all out. I think you have to pick and choose from different economists what sort of coherently makes sense. So I would hesitate to ever just give a full endorsement to an economist because I'm sure there's some take that they had which I would disagree with. And again, there's so much nuance here that has to be taken into account. So hold on. Let me just check something real quick. So sad you have no idea of what's going on. Yeah, I guess the BLS has no idea, the Department of Commerce has no idea, the Supreme Court has no idea, because again, all I've really done on this live is read the Supreme Court decision and read the new economic reports. If those trigger you, it's not really on me, it's on reality. If you have issues with reality, you can take it up with God or I don't know, whoever's counting the numbers, but it's above my pay grade. Is that French lady, just to clarify, I will never be able to tell you definitively this is a good economist, this is a bad economist, because all these economists are, number one, way more qualified than I am, and number two, most economists are going to have some good points and some bad points. It's going to vary how much of each. The Supreme Court decision just said that Donald Trump did not have the power to unilaterally impose tariffs under the IEEPA law, and that the legal pathways he could use are a lot more complicated. What are you talking about? Dude's worth billions. He's a great economist. I think that's sarcasm. Modern economics is all made up to be capitalist apologia. I don't know that's, what are you referring to there? There's definitely problems with modern economics. Like, one thing that we've learned, at least recently, is that the Phillips curve is a lot more of a loose association than we thought, or at the very least, the slope of the Phillips curve is a lot flatter than we had been led to believe, and that you had very low slack in the labor market around like 2019, 2020, but you didn't really see super, super high inflation. So, there are definitely assumptions in our economic models that can be a little bit too extreme in one direction or the other, but I don't know if we can say that all of modern economics is like fully made up by the evil capitalist pigs or whatever. That seems like a little bit simplistic to me. But Trump went off on Roberts, Barrett, and Gorsuch. He was especially mad at Barrett and Gorsuch because Trump really believes that, like, if he appoints someone to a position that they don't swear an oath to the Constitution, they swear an oath to Donald Trump, which is why he was so triggered about Barrett and Gorsuch, because I think he expected like Sotomayor and like the more liberal or moderate justices were going to rule against him. But I think he was kind of counting on Barrett and the Gorsuch to pull through, which even if they did, it would have been actually no, then they would have won. It would have been Barrett, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Alito, and Thomas. They would have won 5-4. So I guess he was just counting on a party line vote, which would have benefited him. Character count limits us to bumper sticker slogans. Yeah. Look at the New York communists, 50% taxes, LOL. Communism is when high taxes. The people don't talk about this. This was chapter 1 of Marx. My theory is that when we raise taxes, it will be communism. Yeah. People don't talk about this. Thanks for sharing. And yeah, I mean, it's obviously not about the Constitution for Trump. It bears mentioning that in 2022, Donald Trump said openly that the Constitution should be terminated. And then he comes into power and consistently undermines Articles 1 and 3 and so many different amendments as well. It's not exactly hidden or something you have to be fucking Sherlock Holmes to uncover and find out. This man sees the Constitution as a roadblock to him exercising unilateral power, so he does everything he can to undermine it. And okay, now I think that this E guy is trolling. I don't think this is a real person. Add all your taxes up and see where we are. I don't know what that means. Do you think protecting abortion rights should be a priority for Dems? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because it's an easy dub. If you remove the filibuster, you're going to get 51 Democrats to vote for that. It's like an 80-20 issue in terms of national opinion. So it's not even like they have to expend a lot of political capital to do so. It's actually a very quick thing, in my opinion. If Democrats come in, eliminate the filibuster, they should be able to codify abortion rights within the first few months. There's not really many pro-life Democrats. And statehood for not just Puerto Rico, I think we should probably have any U.S. territories that have civilian populations should probably be given a referendum as to whether they want to become independent countries or states of the United States. Because again, if these people are paying taxes but they can't vote in federal elections, that seems antithetical to the idea of America to me. D.C. is a little bit more complicated because D.C., there's ideas of giving the surrounding civilian population statehood and then shrinking the actual capital to just encompassing Capitol building, White House, and Supreme Court. But the issue is that then you would have the Capitol building, White House, and Supreme Court would have electoral votes, and you'd need to create new electoral votes for the new state of D.C. So D.C. statehood is like a little bit more complicated as far as I can tell, but statehood for Puerto Rico and any other American territory with civilian populations is probably easy. Add all your taxes up, income, sales, gas, and death tax, etc. Okay, yeah. What do you mean? You'd add them up and you'd pay them. I don't know if that's an argument or you're just stating something. Bro believes the Virgin Islands should be a state because he's from there. Okay, this E guy is definitely trolling. He's definitely a radical lib like me, but he's just trying to have some fun in the chat. That's fine. I don't think we should force statehood down anyone's throat. It's just that any U.S. territory that is paying taxes and has no voice in the Electoral College should be given a referendum and said, hey, would you like to become an independent country, stay a territory, or become a state? And then they can decide accordingly. Puerto Rico, we know, would, I think, choose to be a state. I don't know about Guam or the Virgin Islands. They have much smaller civilian populations, but point being, I don't know that we should have civilian populations in the U.S. that don't have any electoral representation. Chorus based. Yes, I love Chorus. My good friends over at Chorus. Hopefully Canada's 3 provinces become states. None of them are liberal. Do you support uncapping the House? Mr. Beat has been fighting it for a while. Yeah, uncapping the House is complicated. I like the idea of saying that we're just going to set a ratio of 1 representative for every 500,000 constituents. And I believe that if you were to implement one representative for every 500K constituents, the size of the House would become around 640, which I think is fine. Some of the more radical proposals to make it like one for every 250K. And yeah, for states like Wyoming, wait, Wyoming does have over 500K, doesn't it? Or am I tripping? You could have safeguards in there where it's like, but every state gets at least one regardless. But isn't Wyoming's population like 600,000? Or am I tripping? Yeah, it's 588,000 in Wyoming. So they would get one. They would get one under this. I don't think any U.S. state has under 500,000 population. And the 500K number is like a little bit arbitrary. The issue right now is because our number of representatives is like set in stone, it becomes a zero-sum game, which is why you have all these shenanigans with districting and stuff. If instead of having a set number of representatives that have to be distributed across the country, if you reversed it and said, okay, no, the number of representatives is going to be a function of the number of constituents. And yeah, one for every 30,000 would be great, but I believe that would put us in like the thousands of representatives. And I don't know if you could have a functioning Congress with like 15 or 1,600 reps. I'd love to have one for every 30,000 because even one for every 500K, there's such an alienation there between the representative and their constituents. But it's better than what we have right now, which I believe right now the ratio is like around one for every 700,000, which is not great. Double the Senate. I think a lot of our Senate problems, well, number one, if you wanted to double the Senate, I believe you need a constitutional amendment for that. And I think like I'd love constitutional amendments to be done, but right now we have to be focused on what can be done with legislation if you go to the filibuster. A lot of these things like term limits on the court or increasing the number of senators is going to require an amendment, which is just really hard to do. And no, Trump is... Here's the thing. Trump interfering with elections, we don't have to assume or presume anything. He's doing it right now in front of our eyes. Tulsi Gabbard is being sent to investigate voting machines in, I believe, in Puerto Rico. You had the search warrant at Fulton County Election Office, which when they released it was just based on some bullshit affidavit. How did Trump interfere in the election? Which one? 2020 or the current one? Is there interest to both of those questions? Did you see the U.S. government has been helping Alberta separatists fight for independence? That's crazy. It doesn't matter which one. Well, in the 2020 election, he organized fake slates of electors, which, by the way, before MAGA says, no, they're not fake, they're alternative electors. I hate to break it to you, but even Donald Trump's own legal team in leaked emails were calling these electors fake electors. It's so sad how a lot of the excuses that MAGA makes for Trump's illegality are excuses that even Trump doesn't make for himself. Like, for example, it's the same thing with the indictment against like Letitia James and James Comey, right? You had a lot of these people saying, no, it wasn't political. Letitia James and James Comey are just criminals. I hate to break it to you, Susie Wiles, Trump's chief of staff, admitted in an interview with Vanity Fair that the DOJ indictments were revenge by Donald Trump. They were vengeful. So if you want to act like they weren't, they don't even claim that. They admit that it was political. So same goes for the election stuff, where I don't know if y'all know this, Donald Trump knew he lost the election in 2020. This is why it's so sad to watch Trump supporters be like, oh, he should have fought for the victory, because no, he knew he lost. So it's like, okay, if you are under the impression that you lost the election and then you try to stay in power, it's pretty cut and dry what's going on there. A lot of the MAGA arguments to justify Trump's 2020 shenanigans hinge on the fact, or on the assumption that Trump thinks he won, but he didn't think he won. He didn't. That's what makes it so sad. I guess JB is right. I never considered the substantive argument of you know that and I know that. Whoa. What a fucking data point that is. He knows it and I know it. Holy shit. When did he stay in power? He attempted to, and he failed, thankfully. This is my favorite thing. Your Honor, what do you mean attempted murder? It didn't work, though. He didn't actually kill the guy, so why does it matter if he tried? I mean, yeah, Zazu, I agree. Pardons shouldn't even exist, in my opinion. And yes, they found that I believe it was the Save America Pact or the America Pac in Georgia was sending people ballots that were pre-filled in many cases, which I believe is illegal. This just came out today. Barack Obama had 69 million votes in 2012, 864 counties. Donald Trump, 2547 counties for 75 million votes. It's almost like voter turnout went up. Oh my God. Could it be? And to Mike Owens, if you don't like hearing me talk, there's this crazy feature on TikTok where if you press the X and then you scroll, you can go to a different video or a different live. You don't have to force yourself to spike your cortisol here. No one's forcing you to watch this. Did you protest Obama for what? And by the way, guys, to all the MAGA people here, the guest box is open. I'm not seeing you in the guest requests. I'm seeing a lot of keyboard warriors. When MAGA sends its people, they're not sending their strongest. They're idiots, they're cowards, and some I assume aren't that bad. Anything else? Oh, thank God we have a guest request. Wow, your live may contain AI-generated content, and I have no way to appeal this. Where is the AI-generated content? Where? That's so crazy. And no, I didn't read about the Canada Airways thing. I have to look into that. Might be the layout. How, though? It's like, I typed this text. Trump made this face. I'm real. China has like 3,000 in their Congress. Yeah, although I don't know how much power the Congress has in China. I genuinely don't. I don't know how much of their decisions are like compelled versus actually autonomous. JB, I did answer your question. It's called voter turnout increasing. Isn't it mind-blowing that during COVID, when everyone was stuck at home and had nothing to do, that more people decided to vote? Oh my God, can you believe it? I will agree with Ramafan for life. TDS is the most serious affliction facing our country. Trump devotion syndrome has run rampant in this country, where people who are otherwise normal people, they see Donald Trump do something so beyond the pale, so authoritarian, so corrupt, so incompetent, and instead of evaluating it in a rational way, they start frothing at the mouth, saying, no, you have TDS, Trump is amazing, he could never do anything wrong. Bro, let's take a deep breath and have a rational discussion here. There's no need to act this way. Oh, we got JB. Let's go. Hey, man, how old are you?
Me?
Yes.
I'm 62 years old.
Okay, and I'm assuming you're a fan of Donald Trump. Is that accurate?
No, I'm not a fan of Donald Trump.
You support him
I'm
over
a
Kamala
fan.
Harris?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Why is that?
How can you vote? How can you vote for someone who family owned slaves? That's number one.
Kamala Harris's family owned slaves?
Yes, they did.
Where was
yes,
that?
they did. What?
Where was that?
from where she comes from. Her family comes
Wait,
from
you're saying like her
Jamaica.
ancestors or Kamala Harris owned slaves?
Her family owned slaves.
Even if that was true, what does that have to do with Kamala Harris?
That's number one. I wouldn't vote for someone like that.
Whose ancestors
the-
owned slaves?
That's right.
That
Her
rules out a lot
ancestors
of white
owned slaves.
people who are running for office too, right?
What white people? That
Anyone
run for
who has
office?
ancestors who were part of the Confederacy or something, right?
Who? Tell me who.
I don't have people's
Nobody.
lineages memorized like you seem
And
to.
the only president who has never owned slaves in their lineage is Donald Trump. By the way.
Because he's an immigrant,
Number
or
two.
his parents were.
So if these people are immigrants, so why they want reparations if all these people in this country are immigrants? So who are you going to get reparations from?
I don't know what you're talking about. Can you explain why you think Donald Trump is better than Kamala Harris on policy? Or do you not have a
Absolutely.
reason for that? Okay.
Donald Trump, number one, he got rid of all the nonsense, all the regulations.
Like what?
The BS with gas, electric, all this nonsense that
Like
hurts America.
what's the regulation that you think that Kamala Harris would have kept and Donald Trump got rid of that you think is bad for the economy?
She was in Joe Biden's administration, right?
Sure.
She was okay with everything that administration
So
did.
can you just name one of the regulations you didn't like under Joe Biden?
They knocked out the Keystone Pipeline,
Is that a regulation?
and they mandated electric vehicles.
They didn't
all
mandate
electric.
electric vehicles. People
Yes,
bought
they
gas
did.
cars under Joe Biden, right?
No one's saying that no one bought gas cars under
So then
Joe
it wasn't
Biden.
mandated.
It was mandated by 2030. Yes, it was. But Donald Trump
So
got rid of it.
after 2030, if you own a non-electric car, you'd go to jail?
You get fined and you pay some kind of carbon tax.
The individual?
Yes.
Can you show me where this is written?
I don't know where it's written, but
It
it's
just,
there.
it just seems like a lot of baloney to me. That sounds like I would never pass Congress.
So if you believe, oh come on, they don't. You already know what the courts are already against normalcy. How can you
What do
not?
you
How
mean?
can you be a Supreme Court justice and not tell me what a woman is? Come on, guy. So the bottom line is that if there
what
was
does that
really
have to
such
do with
thing as
literally anything?
everything, look
You
at
just
look at
went
what they
from,
did to
you
America.
just went from energy regulations to what is a woman.
Yes, that's what their policies are. Their policies are ridiculous, like their energy policies.
What does that have to do
So
with what
can
is
you
a
tell
woman?
me? Can you tell me? Can you tell
Can
me?
we just compare Donald Trump's policy platform versus Kamala Harris's to see which was the better
Kamala
candidate?
Harris had Joe Biden's platform, which destroyed America.
Which was good for the working class, right?
What? No, it wasn't. What working class?
The people that would have gotten the increased child tax credit, the increased tax revenue she would have brought in by taxing corporations more, right?
So you believe?
Can you address
So you
that?
believe that the Biden administration inflation was through the roof, so they were printing money. So you know
Joe
their
Biden was
regulate-
printing money?
Yes, they did. They
How
printed
did
money.
Joe Biden print money?
He's the president of the United States.
Yeah, exactly. He's not the chair of the
They
Fed.
printed the money. Yes, they did. He printed money.
Wait,
come on, dude.
wait,
You're trying
hold on. Do you think the president affects inflation or like the Federal Reserve affects inflation?
What do you mean? The president of the United States and does that? What are you talking about?
Monetary
Like Donald-
policy is the Federal Reserve. The
We're
president.
not talking about monetary policy.
Yes, you are. You're
We're
talking about
political
inflation.
policies.
You're talking about
We're
inflation.
talking about political policies.
What do
You
you mean
already know
political
that. Come on,
policy? You mean
stop.
fiscal policy?
So you believe?
Can we just be
So you
clear about what we're
believe-
discussing here so we can have a productive conversation? The
So you
Federal
believe,
Reserve,
right?
The Federal Reserve does monetary policy, and then Congress does fiscal policy, and the president can sign that into law. What are you referring to?
Dude, what you're saying to me is that
I'm not even.
you
I'm
believe
just trying
that
to
no
clarify what we're
politics,
talking about.
no politics affect anything. Is that what you're telling me?
Not at all.
That politics don't affect
Not at all. I'm just saying that the increasing of
printing
the
money?
I'm just saying that increasing the money supply is under the purview of the Federal Reserve, not the president.
Oh, we already know that, but who?
No, but you were just saying
who
Biden printed
forces
more
it-
money.
Who forces? Oh, come on! You mean to tell me that they are?
Come
they
on,
are not,
where? Where are we going?
They're not lowering. They're not lowering interest rates to hurt
But Biden
America?
doesn't control interest rates or the money supply.
Who
that'd be
doesn't?
Biden.
Oh
The
my
president
God.
of the United States does not change
We're
interest
not
rates.
talking about. We're not
or
talking
print
about
money.
who directly does that. We're talking about.
Well, you're saying that
policies
Joe
that are
Biden
made.
increased the money
We're
supply.
talking
That would
about
be the Federal
political
Reserve that would have
issues.
done that.
We're not talking about that.
No, you're the one that brought that up.
So you mean to tell me that
I'm not even telling you anything. I'm just clarifying your own position, which is that if you have an issue with monetary policy, take it up with the Federal Reserve, not the President of the United
Federal
States.
Reserve. Come on, you know it's all political. You got to
The
be
Federal
kidding me.
Reserve is all political?
Absolutely all political.
Really?
Yes.
So then why is the guy that Donald Trump appointed to the Fed disagreeing with Donald Trump if it's all political?
That guy is a turncoat.
Why is
my
Jerome
man.
Powell not taking orders from Donald Trump?
Jerome Powell is a turncoat. You already know that.
Wait, Donald Trump appointed Jerome Powell, right?
Yeah, he wants him out.
I thought it was all political. Why is Jerome Powell
is
not listening to
political.
Donald Trump?
Because he's in the pocket of
Because
who?
it's not all political.
The
Because
Democrats.
Jerome
Come on,
Powell
stop.
looks at the actual numbers, not just what Trump
Okay,
wants
so
him to
let's
do.
go. So let's go with this. So interest rates are high now. Why? When people say the economy's not doing
Well, hold on. They cut rates and they held rates steady. They're not raising rates anytime
But
recently.
how come they didn't cut them this? How come they didn't cut them this time?
For good reason, because it seems like our month-over-month inflation is starting to trend up again.
So, but if inflation goes up, you cut the rate.
No, if inflation goes up, you raise the rates.
Why would you do that?
If
When
you-
you're paying more
if
money,
you cut
when the
the
government's
rates-
paying more money,
if you cut
when
rates-
the government will be paying more
If
money
you
in
cut
interest.
rates during inflation, spending goes up, and that would raise the inflation. This is basic countercyclical monetary policy.
So that could see. That's why no basic monetary problem is stop printing money.
What do you mean stop? You're talking about inflation rates, not increasing the money supply. That's a different thing.
Well, when you have inflation,
Wait, can
when
you
you
just explain
increase
to
the
me
money,
what is the
you gotta
logic?
increase the money supply.
Maybe I missed something when I got my economics degree. Can you explain to me what is the point of cutting interest rates when inflation's going up? How does that work?
Okay, again.
Can you explain
so
that to me?
under Donald Trump, right? The inflation rate didn't come down or it went up.
Can you just answer my question? Why would the Fed cut rates if inflation's going
They should,
up?
because our national debt interest is over $1.3 trillion.
That's a different.
A
I'm
year.
just asking you, why would it be good for our economy that when inflation is trending up, that you
Because
cut
it would
the
save
interest
us
rates?
500. Because it'll save us $500 billion.
Who's
That's
us?
why. America.
What do you think happens to inflation when you cut interest rates? I'm just asking a very direct question here.
Well, when you cut interest rates, right?
How does that affect
People,
inflation?
people can borrow. People cannot borrow when interest rates are high because it's
I'm just going to
unsustainable.
ask you again, how would the inflation rate be affected by cutting interest rates? Would it push inflation
Because
up
you
or
would be
down?
s- You will be spending money, you will be buying goods, and you would drop the interest. It would come down because people are
I'm
circulating
going to ask
money.
you again, how was inflation affected when you cut interest rates?
You pay less money,
I'm just going to ask you again.
and the inflation rate
when,
drops.
when interest rates go down, does inflation stay the same, go up, or go down? It's a very straightforward question.
I believe it. When you drop interest rates, I believe it goes down.
That inflation goes down?
Absolutely.
Where did you learn this? This is like antithetical to every economic idea we have. Even right-wingers disagree with what you're saying here.
Well, they can disagree with me, but I'm only
And you can
telling
disagree
you
with them. I'm just asking for like, why do you believe that? What's your do you have
because I
evidence
believe
for that?
this. If you're paying more on your financial instrument
Hold on.
for that good,
I think we can agree here. If interest rates come down, people spend more money, right? Consumers spend more, businesses spend more,
Absolutely.
right? And then when consumers are spending more, demand goes up, right? Obviously, because now they're
Okay.
demanding
Yes,
more
of
stuff.
course
And then
it does.
when demand goes up, what direction does that push prices in? Prices go down when demand goes up or up?
well, from what I see,
Uh-huh.
when people spend money,
Yes.
right,
Mhm.
they circulate, people buy goods,
Yes.
and what happens?
Prices would go
Rates
up.
rates should come down. Why? If you're spending money and people
No,
are
we're
and
so
you're
close. We're
generating
almost there.
revenue.
When there's more economic activity, when the economy heats up, that would raise the prices.
Well, I'm like I said, I'm only going by what my personal view is
Sure.
when I
Well, we
spend
can
money.
just look, right? Like under Jerome Powell, under Joe Biden, the reason the inflation rate started to cool is because the rates were raised.
No, the reason why the interest rates went up under the Biden administration is because they were printing money.
That's not how
they
that
printed.
would work.
Well, then you got me.
We're talking about the Federal
Then you got
Reserve.
me. Then you got me because
Sure.
I can't. if you keep printing money, inflation goes
Well,
up.
it's not printing money. You're talking about the Federal Reserve like creating more reserves in banks, right? That money is not necessarily circulating through the economy, and it's not the same thing as changing the federal funds rates.
Well, again, when you print money, you have inflation. That's just basic.
What do you mean by
When you
print
print-
money?
They print money, bro. You didn't know they don't. You
What
don't
do you
know
mean
that?
by that, though?
They take money, they print it without
Well,
any
they're not
backing.
printing it. They're creating digitally. They're creating reserves digitally.
No, you see, this is you're trying to be you're evading. Anytime you print money, which they do,
What do you
the
mean?
dollar
What do
becomes
you mean
what?
they
The
print
dollar
money?
becomes weaker.
What do you mean they
So-
print money, though?
Oh my
You mean
God!
that they
you're trying-
create? They're not literally going to the treasury and printing more
We're not,
dollar bills,
I'm not
right?
saying that either.
Okay,
I'm not saying
so
that.
they're,
You're saying
they're creating digital reserves, right? Those reserves are not all immediately circulating through the economy and pushing up the price level. This would only be like a massive increase of inflation if the Fed increases reserves and now all those reserves are being given out in loans or investments and like circulating
So
through
then-
the economy.
so-
If
right,
these
so that-
reserves, if these
So you're
reserves,
basically printing money.
if
That's
these
what you're doing.
reserves, if these reserves are just being sat on by the banks, that's a very different situation than if they're
You're-
circulating through the economy. And it's true.
So you're basically
it's true.
you're basically
It's-
printing money. That's what I'm trying to
Hold
tell
on.
you. So they'll give out a loan.
Increasing reserves can increase
With nothing in
inflation.
it.
Can I just finish? Increasing these reserves can increase inflation, but it doesn't necessarily do so.
Well, it happened under Biden a lot.
What happened under Biden? Inflation came down
Inflation
under Biden.
was sky high.
Inflation came down under Biden.
No, it. Oh my. Are you serious?
Yeah, if you look at the inflation
When
rate.
Donald Trump
hold
left
on.
office, his inflation rate was 1.4.
Yeah, because Donald Trump left office in the middle of a pandemic that crushed demand.
Oh my. So
and,
you're
and
saying
also our
you're
supply
telling me-
chains were
so-
halted, right? So I mean, you can admit, right, that from 2022
This
through like,
was
hold on, let me just
Donald
finish. Let me just
Trump.
finish. Hold on, we can have a productive conversation here. You can acknowledge, right, that from 2022 through 2024, the inflation rate went down.
Yeah, to 9%.
No, the inflation rate in 2024 was not 9%.
Throughout his whole,
The inflation rate peaked around 8 point something percent, and then it
it
came
was
down.
9.2.
Sure, it came down though.
To what?
Something in the low twos, I believe.
That's not true.
Inflation trended downwards under Joe Biden's term. I don't know why you would dispute that.
So if inflation went
Can
down,
we just agree on that?
I don't believe that.
So
I
just to
believe
be
that his
clear,
inflation
I
rate
want to
was
make sure
very
I'm
high.
understanding your position correctly. Is it your position that inflation from its peak under Joe Biden, or rather that inflation peaked under Joe Biden at the end of his term? Right? You're saying the highest inflation rate that Joe Biden was president for came at the very end of his term, not in the middle or the beginning. Is that your claim?
I say for the first 3 years,
Can you just clarify?
His inflation-
Am I correct and
inflation was
incorrect in
pretty
saying
high.
that?
his inflation. You're a consumer, right? You buy groceries, you buy things like that.
I love groceries.
Up until 2024, I was paying $11, $12 for a dozen of eggs. Are you kidding me?
I mean,
I'm paying $9 for a half a gallon of milk.
I'm just going to
Come
ask
on,
you,
bro.
I just want to make sure I understand your position so I'm not misrepresenting your argument. Do you think that the inflation rate went up from 2022 to 2024?
I don't believe it ever came down to what you're telling me. I don't believe that.
But did it go
When-
up or stay the same or go down? Putting aside the number, what direction
I
was it
think
moving
went.
in?
I think it went down slightly, but I don't think it went down like you're telling me. Because when you're a consumer, like
And yes,
you must
we have
be
a
consumer.
patriot named Khalik in the chat who brought up a great point. When you're looking at the price of eggs, that's one sector of
How about-
food, of
how about-
groceries.
how about-
Why aren't we
how
looking at
about
the
meat?
overall PCE?
How about me?
No.
How about
when we look
culture?
at inflation, we either look at the CPI or the PCE. We're not looking at individual goods
Right. So let's
because those are going to
let's- so
vary,
let's-
right? You hold on. You acknowledge that the
I
price,
agree that. I agree with that.
eggs,
I agree.
meat, apples, that's all going to vary. You have to look at the average.
Well, I don't think it went down as much as you're saying it went down from my view.
We can
And
we can
the
just
reason
find
why
out
I don't believe
the answer.
and the reason why I don't believe in Kamala Harris's policies is number one. They were Joe Biden's policies. And I don't think Joe Biden did any good for anybody except his rich friends.
Well, that's actually, you have it the other way around. Donald Trump is the only one doing good for his rich friends, and Joe Biden had pretty good domestic policy insofar as economics were considered.
So what was,
But
what was his
we have
domestic
here,
policy?
I pulled it up if you'd like. So in 2022, our inflation rate was 8%. In 2023, it was 4.1%. And in 2024, it was 2.9%. So you see it going from around 8% to 3% over the last 2 years of Biden's term. Now I'm going to say, I actually don't give Joe Biden credit for those rates coming down. I give Jerome Powell credit for that. The president can have some minor impact on inflation, but by and large, inflation is going to be affected by supply chains and Fed policy.
Okay, I can agree with that. I can agree with that for sure. But the reason why I don't believe in what they're doing is, like, you believe in global warming, right?
I believe in climate change. Yeah, it can be lowering or rising temperatures.
So you believe that?
The climate
So
is
you
changing.
believe the water? Do you believe the climate's changing all the time? That's why there's 4 seasons.
Right, but the rate of change is going to vary based on like different factors.
So
And hold on,
So
how did we end up in climate change? Are we talking about economic policy?
yeah, because no, we're talking about policies. Well, climate.
Well, I just want to
policies
clarify,
do
right?
change.
And again, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying all Joe Biden did is help his rich friends, but that Donald Trump has better economic policy, right?
Of course.
But Donald Trump is the
course
one.
he does.
Donald Trump is the one helping his rich friends with like billion-dollar corruption schemes, and Joe Biden was the
Where?
one. Joe
Where
Biden. Hold on.
where the
Joe
corruption? Tell me
Biden was
what
the
one.
one who helped
Give
cut
me one
childhood
corruption
poverty.
scheme.
The World Liberty Financial deal. The UAE and Binance, a cryptocurrency company, used Donald Trump's stablecoin to do a $2 billion deal. And right after they did that, Donald Trump pardoned the CEO of Binance, and he gave the UAE access to extremely high security AI chips. The reason that up until then we were not giving the UAE those AI chips is because we were scared they might give them to China. Isn't it really weird how as soon as the UAE and Binance used Donald Trump's preferred cryptocurrency to do a $2 billion deal, all of a sudden the CEO of Binance is pardoned and the UAE is getting AI chips? Doesn't that reek
So you
of
weren't
corruption?
mad. You weren't mad at Joe Biden when he
Wait,
sold
can you address that though?
his business.
Yeah, exactly.
business.
Why
I
is the
don't-
president doing business? That's corruption.
It's not his company. It's his children's company.
World Liberty Financial, Donald Trump has not divested from any of this stuff.
And
Meaning that he is benefiting monetarily from any benefit that comes to his private companies.
Donald Trump is not involved in the business. His children run his business.
Well, hold on. That's not even true. We caught on a hot mic.
Yeah, it is true.
No, we have on a hot mic Donald Trump speaking to the president of Indonesia when they thought the mics weren't on. And the president of Indonesia was saying to him, hey, man, can you let Eric know I want to talk to him for a business deal? So Donald Trump is literally coordinating his children
saying
speaking
you
to
wanna
foreign
talk to my
heads of
son for a
state.
business deal?
He's
Okay.
coordinating his children speaking to foreign heads of state to talk about business deals and real estate deals. I mean, Jared Kushner, Don Jr., Eric Trump, these
But you're
people
not-
are all
you weren't
taking
mad-
advantage of Donald Trump's position to line their pockets.
You're not mad at anybody, any Democrat who is worth.
I'm mad at anyone who engages in corruption, but the reason I'm so mad at Donald Trump is there is no Democrat who has engaged in this scale of corruption. There just is not.
Are you serious?
It's true.
How do you come into Congress, right?
Hold on.
And your work.
Did Joe
and your work
Biden
list,
engage
and you leave?
Hold on.
Biden's
very
work
simple question. Did
20,
Joe
30
Biden
million
very
that he
simple
got from
question.
China.
Did Joe Biden enrich himself by billions of dollars with the power of the presidency?
Hundreds of millions of dollars for sure.
With what?
Are you you don't believe that Joe Biden was taking hundreds of millions of dollars from China, Russia? Oh my God, that's crazy,
Wait.
bro.
I just want to be sure. Maybe I missed this. So the same Joe Biden that oversaw like massive sanctions on Russia was at the same time doing business
Those
with
were
Russia.
Donald Trump sanctions, by the way.
No,
Donald
there
Trump
were-
is
there
the
were
one who sanctioned them.
There were expanded sanctions against Russia after they invaded Ukraine, right? And I'm just saying, like,
The
how would that
sanctions
even
were
work?
already on.
How
The
would that
sanctions
even
were
work?
already on them.
I just want to know, like, what would even be the logistics of Biden taking hundreds of millions of dollars from Russia in liquid cash during us putting sanctions on Russia? And if he did
He's
that,
done it.
if he did that,
He's done it.
if he did that, why?
They proved it.
Hold on. If he did that, why did Republicans not refer any kind of indictment to the DOJ for this?
You already know that
Because we
DOJ
know,
was not
right, that
doing anything?
Republicans for the second half
Stop.
of Biden's term.
So you mean to tell me that
Can I
Donald
just-
Trump?
Hold on. I want
deserves
to go. I
34
want to go back and
felony,
forth here.
convictions?
Like I
Come
just
on.
want to be clear. We know that Republicans for the second 2 years of Biden's term, they were all over. Oh, we had Hunter Biden laptop and Joe Biden corruption, and they had all these congressional committees and all these investigations. And at the end of Biden's term, they had nothing to really show for it. They had no. They didn't pursue impeachment against Biden. They didn't pursue an indictment against
Yes,
Biden.
they did. But the FBI said he's too old and feeble.
Well,
That's
that was
what they
hold
said
on.
to
That was
prosecute him.
that was over a totally different case.
The same thing.
No.
They're not going to.
It's not
So
at
you
all
mean
this-
to
hold
tell
on.
me that Joe
You're-
Biden
can-
didn't
hold
get
on.
caught?
I just would like to respond to your point here. The Robert Hur report was in regards to classified documents, not in regards to your allegation of Joe Biden accepting hundreds of millions of dollars in liquid cash from Russia.
He said it on national television that Ukraine, if they don't fire the prosecutor that
This
was
was in
going after
2014.
his son, absolutely, that was going after his son,
And hold on,
they're not going to get the $1 billion.
who told him to say that?
He said it
No,
himself.
he was representing the position of the Obama administration, which was that if Ukraine refuses to put
But
in
it was
place,
his son who was
can I
profiting
just finish?
from that. So come on, you
It
can't
was
tell
the
me that
position
now.
of Barack Obama and the Republicans in the U.S. Congress in 2014 that they were going to withhold aid from Ukraine unless Ukraine put in place serious reforms against corruption. And the
Yes, they gave
hold
him
on.
blankets. They didn't give him
the
weapons,
prosecutor,
like Donald Trump.
The prosecutor who was replaced as a result of this pressure wasn't even actively investigating Hunter Biden.
Yes, they were.
No, that case was on hold.
So then why did he tell everybody on national
Good question.
television?
I can answer that. The
Yeah,
reason,
tell me why.
The reason he told Ukraine you have to fire this prosecutor if you want us to give you your aid is because Barack Obama, Republicans in the United States government, the IMF, pretty much the entire Western consensus.
Because they
was that-
all were
Can I
going
just
to be
finish?
exposed.
Can I just
That's
finish?
why.
I just want to finish. The entire consensus on the West is that you have to do anti-corruption reforms if you want our money. Now, you can take issue with that on the merits, but the idea that the IMF and the Republicans in the Congress and Barack Obama were all in cahoots to help Hunter Biden does not make much sense.
Absolutely, they were.
Republicans and the IMF were trying to help Hunter
Absolutely.
Biden?
Absolutely.
Why were Republicans trying to help Hunter Biden in 2014?
You mean to tell me you don't know that James Comey was a Republican?
You're changing the subject again.
Well, that's who was going to be prosecuting him. At
I'm
the
just
time.
saying the
But they
American.
didn't.
Hold
you know
on.
why? Because they're
The
all in
American
cahoots.
policy against Ukraine in 2014 was that we are going to apply economic leverage to get you to pursue anti-corruption reforms. That wasn't just something Joe Biden came up with.
So then you got to tell me that if you don't believe any of this, so believe on the open mic what Barack Obama said to Medvedev. Go back and tell Vlad
And hold on.
that after this election's over,
If-
I will.
if what you're alleging
have
is
more
true-
wiggle room.
if
It's
what you're
true.
alleging
he
is-
did it.
If what you're alleging is true, then how come after Republicans had 2 years to come up with an indictment, they couldn't come up with an indictment? They had
You
2
already know
years
how
to run
corrupt-
wild
You
and
already
have
know
all
how
these
corrupt
committees.
everything is. You already know how corrupt it is. You already know that.
No. I think
You
everyone
already
here
know
can
that
agree.
they let
Hold
the
on.
statute of limitations
Everyone
run out.
here
Come
can
on, bro.
agree that the Republican Party under Joe Biden for the second half of his term, they were hell bent on trying to conjure up articles of impeachment, and even better than that, some kind of corruption indictment against Joe Biden or Hunter Biden. And despite 2 years of looking into this, they had nothing.
He was corrupt, and we all know it.
Then
and you
why
know
did
it.
the people who had a vested interest in proving his corruption come up with
For
nothing
the simple
despite
fact
having
is,
majorities
people
in
are
the
corrupt,
House?
and they wasn't going to go anywhere, just like everything else. Only person who gets so why aren't they going after Donald Trump for the $2 billion that are supposedly with the IAE or whatever?
Because
you're
Donald
talking
Trump
about?
has corrupted law enforcement on the federal level.
Oh, he has, but
Yes.
the FBI wasn't corrupt under Biden, right?
The DOJ under Biden was uniquely not corrupt. It was uniquely apolitical.
Well, you're delusional, I guess. So
You-
now,
hold on.
you're telling me
Let
that
me
they
just,
weren't corrupt.
Let me just ask you a question.
so how
right?
would you go after
Hold on.
somebody
Let me
who
just ask
believes?
you. Let me just ask you a question to make sure we're on
Right.
the same page. So, do you think that Merrick Garland was a more corrupt attorney general than Pam Bondi?
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's just go through that.
And I don't think Pam Bondi's corrupt.
Okay,
I think she's
fantastic.
stupid.
Fantastic. Let's just go
I think she's stupid.
Okay, let's just go through this, right? So Merrick Garland, the same Merrick Garland whose Department of Justice indicted the president's son, Hunter Biden, the same Merrick Garland who appointed a special counsel to investigate the sitting president of the United States, and then the report released by that special counsel hurt Joe Biden's campaign and hurt his re-election chances.
No, they
So, okay,
didn't.
let me just finish.
Joe Biden hurt Joe Biden's
Let me just finish, right? On the one hand, you have Merrick Garland, who pushed for investigations into the president and the president's son. On the other hand, you have Pam Bondi.
So why did they slow
Let me
walk
just
it?
finish. Let me just
They
finish.
slow walked
Let me just
it,
finish. Then
and
you
a
can
lot
respond.
of those charges couldn't even be
Let me just
brought
finish, then
because
you can
it was
respond.
a statute of limitation.
Let me just finish, then you can respond. On the one hand, you have Joe Biden's attorney general who actively investigated Biden and his family, and in some cases indicted Biden's family. On the other hand, you have Pam Bondi, who was just testifying to Congress, and during her testimony, she multiple times said, you should apologize to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is amazing. I love Donald Trump. So on the one hand, you
is
have a guy.
amazing
Let me just finish.
as
Let me just finish. On the one
He's
hand, you have a guy
amazing.
who consistently goes after the active president. On the other hand, you have an attorney general who actively glazes the president at every opportunity. How is the first guy more corrupt than the second?
This is how
Can you just address anything I just said?
I'm going to address it right now.
Okay,
Merrick Garland's
fantastic.
corrupt, number one.
Fantastic.
He slow walked anything to do with Hunter Biden. Anything to do. And we
You
already
didn't
know
address
that.
my
because
point on that.
I'm addressing it right now.
No,
because
if
several of the
Merrick
charges...
Garland was just a stooge of Joe Biden, why indict Hunter in the first place? Why not just never investigate him? Why
because
appoint?
they already knew the father was going to what? Pardon him.
Wait, why
And he
couldn't
didn't
Joe
pardon
Biden?
him for the crimes?
Why couldn't
He
Joe
pardoned him
Biden?
for crimes that he committed in 11 years
Why,
prior to that? Come
if
on,
Joe
my man.
Biden was controlling Merrick Garland, why couldn't he just tell him, don't appoint Robert Hur to go after me and don't indict Hunter? Why couldn't he have just done that if he controlled the DOJ?
Because that's spitting in America's face. They're not going to do that. Believe me.
No, but you just said that
Believe me,
Merrick
they're not.
Garland is corrupt.
So you're telling me
Can
that
you need to address that, dude.
Merrick Garland is corrupt, the most corrupt attorney general we ever had in this
No,
country.
I understood the bumper sticker and your belief and stuff. I'm asking for like the
No,
underlying
it's no
evidence.
bumper sticker.
I'm just asking
Look
for the
what he's
underlying
done.
evidence. Why would it make any sense if the DOJ is at the personal beck and call of Joe Biden that Joe Biden would want himself investigated and want his own son indicted?
So this is even better. So
Can you answer that?
No, I'm going to answer it right now.
Okay.
This is a simple one. This is very simple.
Just address what I
How
said.
come they charged Donald Trump?
Because Donald
with
Trump committed serious crimes.
What crimes did he commit? Tell me one crime he
Obstruction of an
committed.
official proceeding, conspiracy against right, obstruction of justice.
So you
multiple
mean to
counts.
tell me that Joe Biden had all those documents and he wasn't allowed to have them
Oh, fantastic.
because he wasn't president?
Fantastic. I'm
And-
glad you brought this up.
And
So
what did they do? Oh, he's too old and feeble to.
I'm glad you
so we
brought
already
this up.
know Donald Trump takes any documents
Okay,
he
let's
wants.
just take a deep breath.
They are what? They are declassified.
Okay,
you
so
already know
I'm
that.
glad you brought up the documents case. The Joe Biden documents case and the Donald Trump documents case are not at all similar. Do you know why?
Joe Biden should have never had them.
Okay, that's not the answer to the question. The reason
Yes, it is.
Let me just answer you. The reason that Donald Trump was indicted for the classified documents was not for simple possession. It is pretty common in Washington D.C. and let me just finish this point here, then I'll let you respond. It is very common in Washington D.C. that officials will accidentally take home classified documents. Usually, the National Archives will reach out to these people and say, "Hey man, we think you have some documents. Can you please return them?" In the case of both Joe Biden and I believe Mike Pence, what happened is that Joe Biden's staff and Mike Pence's staff, they found classified documents and then they reached out to the National Archives and DOJ and said, "Hey, we found some documents. We would like to return these." That's
Okay.
on the one hand. On the other hand, with Donald Trump, here's what happened. National Archives reached out to Donald Trump in 2021 and said, "Hey, you have some documents. Can you please return them?" Trump only returned a couple boxes and then he starts ignoring them. Then after he ignores them for like 6 or 7 months, then the DOJ gets involved and says, says, hey, man, we really don't want to have to take this to the next level. We don't want to have to indict you. So can you just work with us, please, and return these documents? What does Donald Trump then do? Donald Trump obstructs justice. He lies to his lawyers. He lies to the FBI. He tells people that work for him, hey, before the FBI gets here, I want you to take these documents and go hide them so they can't find them. That is
know that's a
obstruction.
lie, right?
That is obstruction of
that's a lie.
justice.
That's a lie.
We have text messages proving it. We have security camera video
that's
proving
a lie,
it.
bro. That's a lie.
It's in the
you
indictment.
Know that's a lie.
It's in the indictment.
What Jack Smith did, you already know that's a lie. What Jack Smith did,
That's not.
he took classified folders and he laid it out on the floor. We already know because he admitted to that. So we already know all
I'm going to
of
ask
this.
you to address the point again.
I just addressed the point. Joe
Do you
Biden
acknowledge?
had no.
Do you acknowledge?
and
Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump?
No.
Hold on.
You told me to.
Do you
to
acknowledge-
address it? I'm addressing it.
You're not addressing it.
Joe
You're
Biden
addressing something
and
else.
Mike Pence. Joe Biden and Mike Pence had no jurisdiction over any documents. Joe Biden actually
They didn't
stole
obstruct
documents.
justice.
Yes, he did.
Joe Biden did not
He
obstruct
committed
justice.
a crime by taking classified documents. that
Retention
you
of
weren't allowed
classified
to have.
material is a different statute than obstruction of justice. That's what I'm
He
saying.
didn't obstruct justice. He was the only
The entire
difference between
point I'm
Donald
making.
Trump
The
and
entire
Biden
point I'm
and Pence,
making.
Donald Trump has the
Dude,
right to have those documents.
The entire point I'm making is that in the situation of Joe Biden and Mike Pence versus Donald Trump, the difference is that Joe Biden and Mike Pence, they complied with the DOJ and the National Archives. Donald Trump lied to them. That's why
Bro.
he obstructed the investigation. That's the difference.
Bro, as soon as Donald
And I hate
Trump,
to tell you this, Donald Trump admitted
as-
this. This
as
is where
soon as
you're
Donald
wrong.
Trump, listen, as soon as Donald Trump said he was running for president, they all started indicting him, and we already know what's up. It's so everyone's so they hate Donald Trump, but you know why? If everybody hates you, that means you're doing something right.
Hold on. Did I mishear you? You just said that Donald Trump can declassify them anyways, right?
He can do whatever he wants.
Okay.
Yes, as soon as he takes
I
them,
hate to do this to
they're
you.
declassified.
I hate to do
Yes.
this to you, but even
that's
Donald
that's in the law.
Let me just finish. I hate to do this to you. Even Donald Trump agrees with me here. He does not agree with you. And I can prove
Donald
this.
Trump does not agree with you.
I
He
can
said
prove-
it himself.
Let me
He
just-
goes, "I'm the president of the United States. I can.
Yes.
As soon as I have
Hold
these
on.
documents, I declassify
Yes,
them."
hold on.
That's it.
You're right. I have this written down. I have two quotes written down from Donald Trump. Let me just read these quotes, okay? One quote that I have from Donald Trump is from before Donald Trump was indicted. It was a conversation he had behind closed doors. The second quote that I have from Donald Trump is after he was indicted. Let's just juxtapose these quotes. MAGA, listen up. So, before Donald Trump was indicted for classified documents, he said, and I quote, about the documents.
Hey, what's up?
And I quote, see, and I'm just going to mute this guy if he's talking in the background.
I don't know.
First, he says, before the indictment, I'm quoting here, see, as president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is still a secret. I'll say it again. As president, I could have declassified it. Now I can't, but this is still a secret. Now, let's fast forward to after the indictment. Referring to the same documents, Donald Trump says, quote, and by the way, they become automatically declassified when I took them. By the way, they become automatically declassified when I took them. So I want everyone in MAGA here to just answer that to me. Isn't it weird how before he was indicted, when he was talking to people behind the scenes and he was showing them classified Department of Defense documents, he's saying, hey guys, this is secret. I'm not allowed to declassify this. And as soon as he's indicted, I can psychically declassify them. Just by the mere act that I took the documents, they are now declassified. What does that show us? It shows us that just like with the 2020 election, what Donald Trump says privately and what he says publicly to his supporters is very different. And it's a little bit sad, I have to say to everyone here who's in MAGA, that Donald Trump looks down on you. Donald Trump thinks you're stupid. A lot of the stuff that Donald Trump wants you to believe, he does not believe himself. That is the issue. That's the sad thing, right? Same thing with the 2020 election claims, right? We have here a quote from Steve Bannon in October of 2020. Everyone here can agree the 2020 election happened in November of 2020, right? Okay, so then before the election took place, before these votes were cast, what is Donald Trump's right-hand man saying about the election? I'm going to quote word for word quote. Not me putting any spin on it. More of our people vote early that count. Theirs vote in mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage. And Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself the winner. Doesn't mean he's actually the winner. So before the election took place, Steve Bannon was saying, hey, our people vote on election day. Therefore, their votes are counted first, and the mail-in votes are counted after. So what Trump is going to do is, in the middle of the night, before they've counted the mail-in votes, he is going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's actually won. Here are some more quotes from the Jack Smith indictment. Donald Trump was heard by his aide, I believe on Marine One, speaking to his family, admitting he lost the election, saying, quote, "It doesn't matter if you won or lost the election. You still have to fight like hell." And then perhaps the most damning quote, which no one ever likes to talk about, which is that when Mike Pence told Donald Trump, hey man, I can't just randomly certify fake electors. Like Joe Biden won these electors. And Donald Trump said, and again, I'm going to quote, Donald Trump said to Mike Pence when Mike Pence refused to help him steal the election. Again, quoting, "You're too honest. You're too honest." So honestly, everyone here who believes that Donald Trump thinks he won the 2020 election, he is lying to you. Donald Trump does not believe he won the 2020 election. What Donald Trump believes is that you will believe he won the 2020 election and that you will fall for the conspiracy. That's what he believes. And I think that's kind of sad. By the way, another sad truth for MAGA is on January 6th, as Donald Trump was watching the riots take place on TV, on the one hand, he was happy about the riots. He said, I love this. But
No,
you know
he
what else
wasn't.
he
Stop-
said?
stop
You know what else
lying.
he said? He said that his supporters
You're lying.
looked poor and dirty and low class. So even while he was happy about January 6th, he was like, my supporters look kind of stinky, kind of poor. So it is so sad how much
I
Donald
don't
Trump
believe that.
looks down
I
on
don't
you
believe that.
people.
He never said that.
He
Come
looks
on.
down
You're
on
telling
you people.
stories.
And by the way, he says it to your face. The infamous quote from 2016 where Donald Trump said, I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and I wouldn't lose any support. What he's basically telling all of his supporters is, you guys are so fucking stupid. I could kill someone and you would still support me. He is saying it to your face. He's rubbing it in your face that I can lie to you. I can give you conspiracy theories that I know are not true. And you are so blindly loyal that you will believe it. And it's sad that he has no respect for you. If you guys think that the radical left looks down on you, Hillary called us a basket of deplorables. Joe Biden called us garbage. No one thinks more low of Trump supporters than Donald Trump, which is why he shovels this bullshit into your mouth and you keep eating it up.
That's all bullshit. You know that.
It's not.
You know he
everything here
won
was
the
a quote.
election.
Everything here was a quote from Trump.
You know he won the election. How
He
do
doesn't
you
think he won the election.
Yes, he does.
No,
Stop it.
I gave you 3 quotes proving he doesn't.
But that's all a lie. You already know that.
No.
So you mean to tell
hold on.
me? You mean to tell me Joe Biden got 81 million votes with 477 counties?
Hold on. Yes, because some counties
Are you telling me that?
Yes, because some counties have very high populations versus others.
No, they did not.
Land-
Stop.
hold
Barack Obama won
I just
double
want to be
that in
clear.
the same
I
counties,
just want to be
and he
clear.
had 69
Hold on.
million
I just
votes.
want to be clear. When you're comparing who won how many counties, land does not vote, right? People vote. Land does not vote. You could have 2 counties, one with like
Barack
1,000 people.
Obama had 69
Can I just
million
finish?
votes.
Let me just finish.
No, you're
could
not.
have-
You're talking over me. You're not
because-
listening.
because you're not
Barack
engaging
Obama
with anything
had
I'm saying.
69 million votes.
You're not engaging.
With double the counties that he won.
Let me just give
and
you an
already
example.
know that Joe
could-
Biden had 477
Okay,
counties.
cool.
And 81 million votes.
Yes.
Which
I'm
that
gonna-
81
I'm
million
about to
votes
address
in
that.
477
I'm about to
counties.
address that. You could have 2 counties. One is a rural county in Oklahoma that has 2,000 people. Another is a densely populated county in an urban center that has 20,000 people, 30,000 people. Now, 2 people could win one of each of these counties, but one of them
Dude, you were
only
just
won a
telling
few
me
thousand
that
votes.
most-
The
that
other one
most people-
won
the
5
most
figures of
states have
votes.
500,000
Can you address that?
people in it. Did you just got finished telling in your podcast that there's
I'm
the
saying
most
land does not vote.
We're not talking about land. We're talking
are.
about people, population.
No, you're talking about counties. Counties are
County-
land.
No, there's people. That's the people's in the county.
Yeah, then let's talk
Come on,
about the
you-
actual vote numbers. The counties are just the boxes drawn around the people. Some boxes have a lot of people in them. Some boxes don't have a lot of people in them.
But you're not listening. You're trying to talk over me by
Well,
saying.
no, I'm just
Barack
clarifying
Obama
that
won
when
the
you
same
say,
states.
hold
No,
on,
no,
I'm
you're
just
not listening.
clarifying.
Barack Obama won the
I'm just
same
clarifying
states.
that when
and-
you
and-
reference the
and
number
more
of
than
counties,
that,
let me just
And
finish.
he only had 69 million votes.
When
So
you
where did
reference the number of counties,
22 million come from?
When you reference the number of counties someone won, that means nothing in terms of how many votes they would have won at all.
So how about in Georgia?
Can you
How
address
about
that?
in Georgia?
Can you address
let's take
that?
the state of Georgia.
No, can you address
Let's
that
take the
first?
state of Georgia.
Can you address that first?
120% of the vote.
Can you address that
was
first?
in Georgia?
Can you address that first?
What?
Do you agree that the number of counties you win has not much to do with the number of votes you win? Because counties can vary in population, right?
Okay, Barack Obama won 69
You
million
agree with that,
votes,
right?
And he won 82
You
million
agree with that,
votes.
right? We're on the same page there? That counties don't
No,
vote,
I'm not,
people
I don't
vote?
agree with that. If you win counties and you
don't
win
agree with
votes,
that.
those are the votes that are in the county.
But some counties have a lot more people than others, right?
So you mean
Right,
to tell me that
right,
there were more
right,
there were more in
right,
there were more people in
right,
those counties in 20,
right?
2020
Hello?
than it was in
Can you hear
2012.
me?
Come on. Yeah.
Your live is not
And-
eligible for recommendation and restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because JB does not comply with our community guidelines. JB, what do you have to say for yourself?
I don't know what they're talking.
Yeah, bye. Bro, the flagging is crazy. I'm flagged for AI, and I'm flagged because of my guest. Meanwhile, I've done literally nothing wrong. If you're enjoying the live, make sure you guys are double tapping the screen. Make sure you're following up above. I am also live right now on YouTube. I prefer that you watch on YouTube to TikTok. And if you want to peacefully and patriotically support what I do, my Cash App and my PayPal are in the link tree in my bio, as well as the Discord, which is free to join. We have open borders in the Discord. So join the Discord, follow on TikTok, subscribe on YouTube. That's all free. If you want to help financially, PayPal and Cash App are there as well. But let's move on to the next guest. Hey, how old are you?
Dad is going to bed. See you in the morning.
Hello?
Hello.
What?
Oh my goodness. No, I'm not you.
Okay. Hey, how old are you?
Hey, actually, I'm 34, 35. I just want to say last guy was an idiot.
Yeah.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Honestly, it's ridiculous on some of these mega supporters. They're just crazy.
I totally agree. And I appreciate you for watching. Yeah, thank you for the support. Let's see who else we got here.
Hello.
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Cool. Do you disagree with any of the prompts on the screen right now?
Well, I disagree with the first one. The second one, I say, yeah, you can call him corrupt. I mean, every
you
president's
disagree with the
corrupt.
first one.
Yeah.
So-
So in what aspect is he a threat to this country?
He's a threat to our Constitution. He constantly violates courts. He violates the laws set forth by the Congress. He violates people's constitutional rights. Those are some of the bedrock foundations of this country.
I mean, I think if you want to go by those perimeters, wouldn't the majority of presidents fall under that?
You have examples of another president who, let's just start with the First Amendment, another president who had someone put in handcuffs and detained for expressing their opinion.
I can find you examples of Democrat presidents doing that. If you just give me like a minute.
Sure, I've just never heard of this.
Okay.
To Amy in the chat, he ignored Justice James Boasberg when he was sending off the flights to CICOT in El Salvador. He slow-rolled and defied for a couple months the Supreme Court on the Abrego Garcia case. There's, I believe, over 26 documented instances of Trump not complying with courts. There are over 60 instances of him lying to courts, and something like 40 or 50 of him providing arbitrary and capricious information to courts. There are courts all over the country that have been calling out the Trump administration for consistently lying to justices, and violating simple orders. Any luck? Any luck finding like Biden or Obama or Clinton arresting someone for
I
expressing
mean,
their
I'm
opinion?
still doing research of that, but just one that comes off to the top of my mind is wasn't it Biden like going after Turning Point USA What was that all about?
You tell me. You brought it up.
Yeah, so the Biden-Harris administration, I think they classified them as like a terrorist organization or something like that, and then they were like going after Turning Point USA. I remember seeing a clip of like Charlie Kirk saying that like they were investigating Turning Point
I
USA.
do not think that's true.
They investigated Turning Point
You're
USA.
saying that the Joe Biden administration classified TPUSA as a DTO or FTO, like domestic terrorist
Yeah, I think
organization
it
or
was
foreign
as like a
terrorist?
terrorist
This is not
organization.
true.
Okay, just give me like 5 seconds. I'll get the full thing for you.
Hold on. Do you have any actual examples in your head, or are you just asking AI to give you something?
No, not off the top of my head. I'm searching on Google.
So, isn't that kind of motivated reasoning that instead of addressing what I'm saying, you're trying to look for something on the other side to try to downplay what Trump did without even knowing if that exists?
No, dude. Like I'm saying, like okay, if you want to say that about Trump, like
No,
sure,
hold on.
fine. But
Let me
I'm saying,
clarify.
like,
Let me clarify.
all the other
I am
presidents
not
are doing
saying
that too.
No, I'm not saying that about Trump. Judges have ruled that the Trump administration is purposefully violating people's constitutional rights, like intentionally trying to chill speech. Biden never did this. Obama never did this. Clinton never did this. Carter never did
I mean,
this.
Obama would do stuff without Congress approval.
But you're not even addressing what I just said right now. I'm talking about people who
I
express
know, but
people who
but
expressed
I
an
am, because
opinion
you're
that
saying-
Donald Trump does not like were put in handcuffs and dragged off to a cage. This is extremely authoritarian stuff, which is a threat to our country. Absolutely.
So what was the example of this? Like,
Mahmoud Khalil, Ramesa Ozturk, these were people who protested against Israel's genocide and they were detained. Mahmoud Khalil was a green card holder, a lawful permanent
Oh, I
resident
see,
who was put
I
in
see.
handcuffs and dragged away from his wife. He missed the birth of his first child because he was sitting in a cell. He was not even accused of a crime. All he did was express his opinion. And in fact, the judge that ruled that his First Amendment rights were violated was a Ronald Reagan appointed judge, who was a conservative judge.
okay, so let me get this straight. So they were Were they peacefully protesting?
Yeah.
They were just like standing there protesting. They weren't doing anything bad?
reasoning that Rubio gave for deporting Khalil and detaining him was that he was expressing opinions that were contrary to U.S. foreign policy. And to Morgan bringing up Arctic frost, I hate to break it to you, if the president of the United States tries to do a coup with false electors, the DOJ is going to investigate that. And to play victim is very funny in that situation. I can't believe you're investigating my attempt to overturn election results. Corruption. Not how that works.
So like he wasn't like supporting like Hamas or doing anything like that, because I remember I saw one
First
thing
of all,
where it was like,
it doesn't even matter if he was. That's constitutionally protected speech.
no, but they're classified as like a terrorist organization. So
matter.
it was like, okay, but there was this one.
Number one,
Okay.
according to my understanding, he was not supporting Hamas. Number two, I don't even want to debate you on that because even if he was supporting Hamas, that is constitutionally protected speech. That is not illegal. Saying I love Hamas is fully protected speech.
So he wasn't like doing anything else. He was just like doing
Again,
that.
he was not even accused of a crime. Marco Rubio and Kristi Noem, their stated reasoning for wanting to deport him was his speech. And the judge, Bill Young, I believe, gave a very detailed decision here, looking at their internal memos, saying, oh, they literally investigated these guys, trying to find evidence of a crime. They couldn't, and they still just said, oh, his opinions are like a threat to our national security. And by the way, that's just one example of the First Amendment. He's also violated the 10th Amendment. He's violated the 4th and 5th Amendment. People's due process rights have been violated. States' rights have been violated. On purpose, again. Articles 1 and 3 have been violated of the Constitution. And here's the thing. In other instances where presidents did something they weren't allowed to do, oftentimes, number one, it was unintentional, and number two, when a court would strike them down, they would acquiesce and follow the court. In the case of Trump, in 2022, he publicly said, we should terminate the U.S. Constitution. So already, now we have an insight into Donald Trump's intent, where when Donald Trump violates the Constitution, it's not an accident, it's intentional, because this is someone who has told us time and time again that he does not believe the Constitution is a legitimate document.
I mean, I think that you're kind of like taking everything that he says like super seriously. Like,
No, I'm
we
just
know
saying
that Trump
when he
jokes
says
around
he's
a
going to
lot.
do something and then he does it, you can call it like that's just a meme, LOL, but I don't know what we're doing there.
I mean, if he wants to deport people for like protesting, I mean, it's like, okay, if you're here on like a green card, like you're supposed to be like on like your best behavior. Like, why are you going around doing protests and all these things?
Do
Like,
green
if you
card
get
holders
deported
have
for
free
that-
speech rights?
Yeah.
Is it not authoritarian to say, hey, if you're not on your best behavior and you say some words I don't like, we're going to kick you out? That is authoritarian. So maybe you're just
No, that's
maybe you're
not.
just in
That's-
favor of
that's how-
authoritarianism.
That's how it works when you're on your green card.
No, it's not. That's why it did not stand up in court. And again,
Okay,
you
well,
can make
I
the
mean-
honest argument, which a lot of Trump supporters make, and I low-key respect it when some Trump supporters say, you know what? Yes, he's an authoritarian. Yes, he's violating the Constitution, but I think that's a good thing. At least if you make that argument that you don't like the Constitution, you don't like the Bill of Rights, you don't like rule of law, and that these things being violated is a good thing, then at least we can have an honest conversation. But you can't simultaneously say you respect the U.S. Constitution and you support Donald Trump, because Donald Trump hates the U.S. Constitution.
Like, dude, the guy was organizing protests on like a green card, and you're gonna come here and defend him? Like, come
Yes,
on.
absolutely
Like, when you're on
I
your-
am. What do
okay,
you mean?
dude? When you're on your green card and you're doing all this,
Okay, so you're an actual
pro-Palestinian
authoritarian.
activism,
What?
being
Okay.
all this, doing all this pro-Hamas stuff, like what?
Okay,
Like,
you're an actual
you're getting
authoritarian
upset
then.
because he's getting deported.
You're an
Like,
actual authoritarian then. When the next Democrat comes in, they can say, oh yeah, this guy who's on Adam Khan's TikTok live, he was advocating for Trump. That's too dangerous. We got to deport him. We got to put him in jail.
if you're a green card holder, I'm like, the government gets to decide
You're a lawful
that.
permanent resident if you're a green card holder.
Okay, but you're not a U.S. citizen
It
yet.
doesn't matter. There's nothing about citizenship in the First Amendment.
Okay, but you do realize there are two different things, right?
Even, hold on, even people on a visa have First Amendment rights, let alone a green card.
Okay, but I'm still saying, like, when you're on your green card, you
Okay, so
shouldn't be,
let
like,
me just clarify your
organizing
position.
protests,
Correct
doing
me
all
if I'm
this
wrong. You're saying, yes, his constitutional rights were violated, but that's okay because I don't like what he said. Right?
stuff. No, it's because why are you starting stuff when you're on a green card? Like, you're supposed to be on your best attendance.
And when you say starting stuff, you mean exercising your constitutional rights in a way that you don't like. That's what start.
violent, and they were doing a lot of things. I know in
Mahmoud
one
Khalil was not
circumstance they were
charged with a
going
crime.
around. They were going around with these letters that had like the Hamas logo on them or something like that. Like, there's a lot of things. Like, there's a lot of things about this case that I probably have to look into more. But if it's just like this,
Sure,
it's like,
I can
okay,
give you
dude,
another
why are you
example then,
doing this
because
when
I'm
you're
not
on
going to
your green
expect you
card?
to fact check this on the spot. I'll just take your word for it that you're open to changing your mind. You look into it afterwards. We can move on to examples of due process being violated. So, are you aware that currently in the United States, if you want to come in and seek asylum, the legal way to do so is you come to a United States port of entry, you request a credible fear interview, and then if you pass the interview, you get scheduled for an immigration court date, and then you can make your case for asylum, and the judge either deports you or lets you stay. Right? There was a man named Luis Munoz Pinto who came to a United States port of entry. Now, this man had no criminal record. He followed all the rules and was filling out the paperwork. When he came to this port of entry, he was told by CBP that he looked suspicious. He was then detained and sent to a slave labor camp in El Salvador. Is
What
that
was his
not
name again?
authoritarian?
So he came to a port of entry and he tried to fill out an asylum claim. And
Yes,
they
as in he
deported
was
him?
following all the rules and he had no criminal record. And because of how he looked, I don't even know what that means, he was sent to CCOT, which is a torture camp.
I definitely don't think that it's because of how he looks. I think that that's wrong. I think that you've got that wrong.
No,
It's
they said
because
he looked suspicious.
Okay, but you realize when they say looking suspicious, they're not just like saying like how you look as in like your skin color or like
They
your
were
face.
doing it based
They're
off of
saying, like, you're-
tattoos.
Okay. Okay, so tattoos, so those could be MS-13 tattoos.
They could be. Great
Exactly.
point. So if you want to figure out whether or not they're MS-13 tattoos, there's this thing called due process where you would adjudicate that and let him defend himself before shipping off to CCOT. Right? That's the issue. If the government is going to do something to someone to deprive them of their freedoms, that person is owed some kind of forum to defend themselves. And what Donald Trump believes is, no. If we think you're sus, you don't get to defend yourself. You're out.
So when they do these due process things, like where are you waiting in like the meantime? Are you like in
It
like some
depends. It
facility,
depends on
or
which
are
port
you
of
like,
entry you come to, whether they have holding space for you or not, whether you're considered high risk or low risk. Sometimes you might get like a work permit for a little bit. It's going to vary a lot depending on the circumstances here. But what's not normal there is being sent to CCOT.
but was that one of the ones in like El Salvador, like one of those?
Yeah, CCOT is the slave labor camp in El Salvador.
Okay, so
Where people are
in
tortured
this
and
case,
sexually abused and physically abused and psychologically abused as well.
okay, so in this case, this is what I think. Okay, and I know that your perspective is gonna differ.
Okay.
I think that this guy came here and they saw his appearance. They saw like they obviously interviewed him, and I'm pretty sure that he probably had some tattoos that were suspicious. He may have had some MS-13s. I don't think that they would have just deported him for absolutely no reason. Like, come on, they deal with like thousands
They've done
of
that
people. Why would
multiple
they
times
just
to other
deport
people.
one? I know, but of like out of how many? Like that makes no sense. Why would
Hundreds
you
of
just do
people,
like a
at the very least, have been deported with no due process, and even the Supreme
Okay, but
Court,
let's give you
even
the
the
benefit-
Supreme
let's-
Court of the United States has called this out. Like, I'm sure you know the famous case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, right?
Yeah, but then that guy have MS-13 tattoos and he wasn't even a citizen.
That has nothing to do with due process. Everyone gets due process, even if you're
Yeah,
undocumented.
but the
you get
guy
due
had
process.
MS-13 tattoos. Like, why are
So
you,
again,
like, defending
we're
him?
running into the same issue we had with Mahmoud Khalil and free speech, which is that you don't actually believe in constitutional rights if someone is like too sus for you, right?
Okay, dude.
Right?
If you want to say that I'm that like I don't believe in like the Constitution because I think that guys with MS-13 tattoos should be
get
deported, then
constitutional
go
rights.
ahead. Then go ahead and do that.
And
like,
you're
okay,
you're
I'm not
assuming
gonna
that
come
they're
here and defend
MS-13
criminals.
tattoos.
Well, that's what Kilmar had.
Wait, do you think those tattoos on his hand were a real picture?
No. But they said that he
You
had
know that Trump
MS-13
thought that, right?
tattoos. Yeah, Trump thinks a lot of things. Okay, you're taking everything that he
Well,
says too literally.
he's the president of the United States. So if he's that gullible and stupid,
I
isn't
mean,
that a
he's a
problem?
unique one. We've had presidents that have just said stupid stuff all the time.
To the level
Okay?
of Trump. No, Donald Trump is the most unintelligent president in American history. It's not even fucking close. He's
I
stupid.
mean, what about that Democrat president who's putting all the Asians in internment camps? I think that
FDR?
was pretty stupid. Yeah.
That was bad and immoral and evil. It's not
You
unintelligent.
think that's better than Trump? You think
FDR
that
was one of
Trump's
the
worse
most
than that?
intelligent presidents we've ever had. What do you mean?
I don't
The
think
guy
that
who got us out of the
him doing
Great
that was
Depression
intelligent.
and generaled us through World War II was dumber than Donald Trump?
I'm saying that some of his actions were.
You're saying his actions were bad. Bad and stupid are not. Smart people can be evil, and good people can be stupid. It's not the same thing.
Okay.
Do you think FDR was less intelligent than Donald Trump?
Yeah.
The only president to be elected for 4 consecutive terms? Who was
The guy
extremely
put
successful
Japanese
in the
people
Congress?
in internment camps.
Yes, and
what
that
were
was
people-
horrible.
People were racist back then. We had all these terrible things going on. Like,
Hold
dude,
on.
come on.
Do you understand I can simultaneously say the Japanese camps were an atrocity and immoral, and also FDR was an intelligent president?
I mean, I'm not sure how you can like say both of those things at like once.
How are you not sure of that?
Dude, you're putting people in these camps based on their race. Like, how can you be
Based on their
intelligent by doing that?
nationality and their race, which is racist and bad, what does that have to do with FDR's intelligence?
Because if you were intelligent, you wouldn't have done that.
You're saying that intelligence, the more intelligent you are, the
dude,
less
if
racist you
dude,
are?
If you're more intelligent, why would you?
You don't think that
Hey,
there's
someone who's more
well-educated- hold
intelligent,
on.
Do you think they would have done that?
You don't think that there's well-educated, intelligent people who are extremely bigoted? That doesn't exist?
Well, it depends what you define as intelligent. If you think of intelligence as just like, test scores
You're
and all this
talking
stuff,
about,
there's,
like, you're
there's
talking about
emotional intelligence.
character.
There's different kinds of intelligence.
You're talking about
Yeah.
character, not intelligence.
Okay, but
I don't
dude,
know a
like,
single person walking the face of the earth on the right or the left, other than you, who would unironically say Donald Trump is more intelligent than Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I have never heard this in my life.
dude, he literally put Asian people in internment camps, and you want me to think, oh yeah,
That
he's more
was-
intelligent than Donald Trump?
That was
like,
bad.
come on, dude.
That was bad. That wasn't unintelligent. It was bad.
Okay, so what's Trump doing that's so much worse than that? Like, come on,
Donald
dude.
Trump doesn't even know how
Seriously?
Donald Trump doesn't even know how percentages work. Donald Trump is
I mean,
dumber than the average American citizen.
I mean, aren't his tariffs like? Don't they have percentages in them? Like,
Hold
how does
on.
he not know percentages?
Donald Trump has said multiple times that he has cut prices by 300%, 500%, 1500%. Now, I want you to tell me, this intelligent businessman who knows so much about numbers and he reads a lot, how is it possible for prices to go down more than 100%? Even a fucking middle schooler can know this.
Because he's exaggerating, dude. Like, stop taking everything that he says so literally, okay?
Yeah, it's not like he's the president of the United States. He's just some random guy on the subway saying crazy stuff.
Yeah, like, who really cares? Like,
So
all I care is about how he
you
does.
hold
like,
Donald Trump to the same standard as like a toddler?
No.
That's what you're acting
I
like.
weigh out the pros and cons, just like how anyone would when deciding who they want to vote for the election. I'm like,
And
okay.
for you, it's like,
do I
okay,
agree with how
he wants
Donald
to
Trump
violate our
presents himself?
constitutional rights. He wants to violate the role of the Congress and the courts. He's extremely unintelligent, but what? What's the pro?
Dude, it's like, all right, I liked Obama. I liked Bill Clinton. They did all the same stuff too. Like, come on.
No, the fuck they did not.
Dude, Obama
What?
would bomb the Middle
Hold
East
on.
all the time
Hold
without
on.
any Congress
Hold on.
approval. And he would do
Hold
all
on.
the same deportation
Hold on.
stuff.
According to you, the guy who passed Obamacare and the guy who tried to destroy Obamacare did the same stuff.
Well, I need to
Can
look
you
into
square that
Obamacare
circle for
more
me?
honestly. What?
Donald Trump literally ran on undoing the Obama agenda. So, I mean, you can talk about Obama's agenda, pros and cons, fine. The idea that Barack Obama and Bill Clinton and Donald Trump have the same policy platform is an argument I've never heard made before, ever. Even by Trump supporters.
Because I think that a part of it is a game. I think that they are
What?
very similar. I mean, okay, Democrat and Republican, part of it's a game, okay? When you hear Trump
does
say
that
all
mean?
this stuff, okay, dude, when you hear Trump say all this stuff, we're going to reverse everything that Obama did. Okay, he's not doing that like literally. He's not going to go in there and reverse every single thing that Obama is
he
doing.
did destroy
He's just
the-
saying
the
that because
ACA,
Obama's
right?
a Democrat.
He did destroy the ACA, which was like Obama's crowning achievement.
Okay, so he destroyed one thing, okay? Did he destroy his
He
ICE?
destroyed
What
the
did he
main
do?
policy accomplishment of Barack Obama, but somehow he's the same as Barack Obama.
Which was Obamacare?
That was Obama's biggest policy accomplishment, yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to agree with the president on every single thing to be considered similar.
He tried to destroy it, not just he doesn't agree with it. He repealed the individual mandate. And now, in the second term, they removed the subsidies that were expanded under Biden.
Yeah, because it made higher premiums for some people, for some middle class individuals.
The subsidies that directly lowered premiums made premiums higher.
Yeah, I know that in some cases it made it higher for
explain
some
that
middle
to
class
me?
individuals.
For middle class individuals, or do you mean young, healthy people?
I'm not sure.
You're
I
mixing
was
up
just
your
reading-
arguments. What you're talking about is the individual mandate, which was repealed in Trump's first term, which was the funding mechanism of the ACA. So
I'm
everyone's
just
saying Obamacare
okay.
is such a disaster, yeah, because Trump destroyed the funding mechanism in 2017. So obviously now it's not going to work that great.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that it just made it higher for some people in
Let's
like
just
the middle class.
what is policy that you like from Donald Trump? We're just going to, I guess, skip over the fact that he's an authoritarian. You don't care about the authoritarianism.
Okay.
What is good policy from Donald Trump then?
I like his tariffs. Well, actually, my
Those-
favorite
those
thing.
are gone, right? So
Yeah,
what tariffs?
I mean, so he has no more tariffs.
And those
on
tariffs
anyone?
were horrible, by the way.
Why not? But didn't we just see a bunch of like companies, create new factories in the U.S.
No.
bringing back all this? So
we just
no
got new GDP numbers, and you know what they showed, right? Exports were down and imports were down, and all of our investment growth is not coming from manufacturing. That's actually stagnating. It's coming from AI data centers, not not factories.
But you're telling me that like no one announced any plans to bring like factories to the U.S. Because I know that's not true. Like even that's not true.
Announcing a plan for a factory is not the same thing as Donald Trump's tariffs causing new factories to be built. Do you understand that, right?
Yeah, I know, but these were because of the
So
tariffs.
what new
Like,
factories were built as a result of the tariffs?
Yes.
Because what I can tell you is a lot of the factories Trump took credit for were already apportioned under the CHIPS Act that Joe Biden passed into law. And Trump took credit
Yeah.
for those. Explain to me why a tariff would cause a company to build a factory in the United States.
Okay, so let's just say you want to like do car manufacturing in China, okay, and you want to sell
You
them
mean in
all
America
across
or
the.
in China?
Okay, I'm saying let's just say you want to manufacture them in China.
Okay.
Okay. If you want to import them into the US, it's going to cost money to do that. It's going to cost money for the consumer and you trying to like bring them in. If you were to make them just in the US, you wouldn't have to be paying that tariff.
Okay, I think
And-
I understand.
yeah.
So you're saying that like America cars, right? If they import the cars from China, it's more expensive than if they just made the cars here, right?
Yeah, because of tariffs.
Then why would they choose to import them? You're saying that these businesses are choosing to spend more money on costs?
because America is one of the biggest economies on the globe. We're a consumer market.
So you're saying that for-profit companies are choosing to increase their costs for no real benefit?
What do you
Because I hate
That's
to
why-
break it to
that's
you.
why they're making
I
the
hate to break
factories
it
in
to
the
you.
US now.
The reason we would import stuff from China is because it's cheaper than the made in America stuff. Why the fuck would you even need tariffs if it was already cheaper to make stuff in America? If it was already cheaper to make stuff at home, we wouldn't be importing anything. We import
Exactly.
stuff because it's cheaper. And the point of a tariff is to say we're going to make the imports more expensive to force people to make stuff in America.
Yeah?
So why
So
do you
why
have that?
would
You
you-
don't even understand how this works.
Because you would want to be self-sufficient. You want your biggest rival China to be producing everything for your country?
Everything?
Yes, majority of things. Like you want them to be producing your cars, you want them to be producing
You
your
never
steel.
really gave
Why
me an
would you want
explanation as to
that?
why these tariffs were a good thing.
I
It didn't
literally
even
just
seem like
told
under-
you.
No, you didn't even understand how
Because
they
they're
work.
bringing manufacturing back to the U.S.
Then why
Like-
is
like
manufacturing
Biden
investment
had
stagnating?
tariffs.
Why is manufacturing
like-
investment stagnating? And hold on, explain. You never explained why would a tariff cause a company to make a new factory in the United States? Why would that cause that?
Okay, I just told you to offset the cost of a tariff if they wanted to sell it to the U.S.
The cost of the tariff would have to be greater than the cost of creating an entire factory over the span of like How long do you think it makes to start a factory in the United States on average?
Like years.
Yeah, probably like 5 or 6 years at least, right?
Yeah.
The tariff would have to be like 3, 4, 500% to justify onshoring jobs here. For example, in Trump's first term, the logic was if you tariff China, everyone's going to move their supply chains back to America. You know what actually happened? They moved their supply chains to Vietnam and Mexico and India instead of China. Because it turns out if you tariff a country, they don't just come back to America to make the stuff. They just go to the next cheapest country to make it. And there's a long list there before you get to America. And
Okay,
in,
so
in-
then
in
why are
doing
they-
so, even if you accomplish that, let's say you put 500% tariff on every country, and now all these companies all of a sudden have to speed run building factories in America, and now everything is way more expensive for consumers. Mission accomplished? Huzzah? Is that the plan?
The goal is to become self-sufficient. You're not importing from other countries.
Why is that more important than just having cheaper things
And in
for
the short
consumers?
term, I'll agree with you. It does make things more expensive.
Okay.
But if you have all the manufacturing going here, you have all the supply chains. Okay. Maybe some of the materials you need to import from places like Africa or all these other places. It would be cheaper
But then
in the long term if you're
using up
producing
our
it within your own
productive
country.
capacity to do intermediate manufacturing. Like for example, a lot of stuff we make in America is the final point of the good. For example, if we're making a car in America, we might import the rim of the wheel and the engine and all these other parts that are manufactured elsewhere, and then we put together the final product in America. You're saying you want to build all the little tiny parts and gadgets and intermediate goods that are used to make the final goods. But then there's a trade-off there. There's an opportunity cost there where you would rather make these screws that go on your phone and the little metal parts that go into cars rather than dedicating that same economic productive capacity to making the final point of sale good. Which is
Why
you're just
can't
then
we do
wasting-
both?
Because we
Why
have
can't we do both?
finite
and also, do you-
resources, finite labor, finite people. There's always opportunity cost when it comes to these things.
Well, I mean, what's the rate of unemployment? We have numerous people
What
who
are
could
you
have these
talking
jobs.
about?
I mean, how many people are
Why,
unemployed?
why did you you almost hurt my neck pivoting like that? Why are you talking about unemployment right now?
No, because if you want to bring up the argument that we don't have enough people to take these jobs, I'm like, well,
I'm not
yes,
saying
we
we
do.
don't have enough people. I'm saying that anytime you're talking about manufacturing in America, what you're trying to decide is what do we want to manufacture here? The final point of sale good or the intermediate goods? And you haven't explained to me what's the benefit of us manufacturing metal parts here.
Because you
Which,
become
by the
even
way,
more self-sufficient.
if you forced American companies to domestically manufacture intermediate goods, they would automate. They're not paying minimum wage to do that in America. They're just not going to do that. They will 1,000,000% automate, which is
So
what's
you're
been,
telling me
which is
if
what's
they-
been happening
Hold
for
on.
decades.
Okay. But hold on. Okay, so if what you're saying is true, that they're going to automate the entire factory, you're telling me that no jobs are going to be created out of that? Not a single one?
On a net basis, the jobs will go down. There's going to be people that have to oil the automation machines or whatever, but the people that are working the assembly line are going to be replaced by robotic arms.
Okay, but how would that be a net negative if that factory never existed in the U.S. in the first place?
What do you mean, how would that be a net negative?
Okay, so if...
Versus,
okay,
hold
so
on, I'll
what-
tell you how. Because we could have gotten those same materials for way cheaper if we're importing them from somewhere else, which then frees up our productive capacity in America and allows people to spend more money on goods and services they need because those goods and services are now cheaper. So if I'm spending as a consumer a lower percentage of my income on X, Y, and Z good, I then have more leftover disposable income to spend on other goods and other services, which grows the economy by increasing demand for those things.
Yeah, so?
Yeah.
Like,
So that's why you're wrong.
that's why I'm wrong about, like, middle manufacturing. Like,
When
I don't get...
intermediate goods are manufactured elsewhere, then the stuff we make at the final point of sale in America is going to be cheaper, which frees up people's pocketbooks to spend more on other stuff because it's cheaper, and it also frees up business investment to invest in more productive things rather than directing investment to intermediate goods.
Wouldn't it be... It would just be more expensive in the short term. How would it be more expensive in the long term?
Because a lot of the things we import, I mean, some of them we're doing because they have lower labor costs, but a lot of them is because they have access to natural resources. Like when we're talking about like tropical produce and groceries, you acknowledge that's always going to be more expensive to make in America, right? Like
I
some,
know, but
some
weren't we-
countries just
but weren't
have
we
more
talking
access
about,
to
like,
stuff that we
assembly
need.
lines?
Same with TSMC, right? We get a lot of our semiconductors from Taiwan. It takes extremely long to make these fabs in America. And if we just cut off semiconductors from Taiwan, we would suffer the consequences. Because first of all, even if we build these factories, what you're talking about in that interim period for a 5 to 10 years where they're building the factories, but the tariffs are in place, is our economy is fucked. Completely fucked. Because for the next 5 years, you're waiting for these businesses to build the domestic factories and you're not importing anything. So supply falls off a cliff and prices skyrocket.
Well, I mean, how is the economy doing right now?
Not so great.
How is it not doing so great? Isn't
We just got
inflation
new
down?
numbers this morning that the
Isn't the
real
stock
GDP
market
was only
moving?
1.4%, that the month-over-month PCE is 0.4%, which is speeding up big time. That's not good
Yeah.
stuff.
You don't think that's good, considering that we have all these tariffs and all these factories that are still under construction?
You haven't shown me why these tariffs are high enough to force a company to create a whole factory in America. Like
Because I just
the
told you they
argument for
offset the
tariffs.
cost.
First of all, you're wrong mechanistically. Then even if you weren't wrong, the actual argument you're trying to make doesn't make any sense. Even if they imposed tariffs that were high enough to onshore manufacturing, that would be bad for the economy. But notice how I said even if. What tariffs did Trump impose that were so high that they made America the cheapest place to produce? Because what you have to argue, if you're saying these tariffs caused companies to make stuff in America, is that the tariffs were so high that there is not a single other country on the face of the earth where they could have made it cheaper, and then they are forced to make it in America. So what you'd have to be talking about here is like a 700% flat tariff on every country. Something along those lines.
Okay, but if what you're saying is true,
Can you
then
address
why
that?
have all
Can
these-
you address that?
address what? That's exactly
Did
what I'm
Trump
doing.
impose any tariffs that were high enough to force companies to build stuff in America?
Yeah.
Okay, which ones?
There was one in.
Because it would
Hold
have
on,
to be a
let me-
universal tariff, right?
Yeah.
So what was the
Didn't he-
universal
hold
tariff
on,
he
didn't
imposed?
in like didn't in like 2018 he put like tariffs on like washing machines, and then like all of a sudden like LG and all these other places put all their washing machine factories in the US?
What I remember from 2018 is he put a tariff on Canadian steel, and then American steel became the preferred thing we bought, and then everything that used steel to get constructed went up in price, and 75,000 people lost jobs because of Trump's tariffs. That's what I remember from 2018.
Okay, but you do know that you're pivoting from the original argument that I brought.
You brought up a specific example of washing machines.
Yeah, because you just asked me. You were like, okay.
So you
give me-
cherry picked a
'cause-
final
'cause-
point of sale good
No,
like washing
dude.
machines, and you ignored
because you're
the
giving-
material goods, which we've been talking about, the intermediate goods, things like steel, which Trump tried to do what you are suggesting, which steel is way more analogous than washing machines. Trump put a tariff on Canadian steel. As a result, American companies that use steel, they did start buying American steel instead of Canadian steel. But because now they were forced to buy American steel, which is way more expensive, they started raising prices and firing people to compensate for that cost.
So they fired people who were working in the factories. You sure that isn't because of automation? Like, how do we know
75,000
that?
the 75,000 people I gave you is a number that was a direct result of the steel tariffs. I can pull up the article if you want.
Okay, yeah, but there's one thing
You want
that
me to pull
you
up
need
the
to
article?
make sure that. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But there's one thing they need to make sure that it's because of these tariffs they just fired all these people. It wasn't because they had new technology that allowed them to create automation or anything like that. Like, if they just fired all these people, were they producing at the same steel rates after this, or like what
I
happened?
explained the
after all
mechanism
people got
very
fired?
straightforwardly to you. I can find the article. I think I just pulled it up.
But
What has been the impact of steel tariffs on jobs in these industries thus far? Estimates from a study released in December by Aaron Flayen and Justin Pierce at the Federal Reserve Board of Governors showed that by mid-19, increased input costs due to the steel and aluminum tariffs are associated with 0.6% fewer jobs in the manufacturing sector than would have been the case without tariffs. We compute that this amounts to about 75,000 fewer jobs in manufacturing attributable to the March 2018 tariffs on steel and aluminum, not counting additional losses among U.S. exporters facing tariffs other countries levied in retaliation. So first of all, you just made it more expensive to produce stuff in America because all the companies that make stuff in America now have higher material costs for any materials that they import. Then on top of that, because Trump has put tariffs on other countries, they now put tariffs on us and they buy less stuff from those American manufacturers. So you are
Hold
actually
on.
screwing over domestic production by raising their costs and lowering their volume of sales.
But hold on, didn't steel? Didn't
Are
the
you going to
jobs in
address
steel
anything I just
manufacturing
said?
peak in 2019?
Are you going to address
Yeah,
anything I just said?
because you want to bring up the argument of jobs, and I'm like, they peaked.
It's not
in
an argument.
2019.
I'm referencing a study from the Federal Reserve Board of Governors.
Yeah, it's a perspective study, and they're just going to all throw it on tariffs. They don't want to ever talk
Wait.
about the fact how steel manufacturing.
you think the
literally
study is
peaked
illegitimate?
in 2019?
Do you think the study is illegitimate?
Well, I think to a degree it is because
Okay,
they're not
sure.
explaining how
That's
it's
hold on.
directly tied
That's a
to.
fair opinion to have, but then you have to tell me on what basis is this study illegitimate from the Federal
Because
Reserve?
they're not giving concrete evidence on how exactly these tariffs have made them fire all these
I'm
jobs.
sure if you want to pull up the study, which I pulled up here, and it is
Mm-hmm.
how many? This is 32 pages with a whole host
Mm-hmm.
of graphs and calculations. I don't know how you can dismiss these before reading them.
Because just based on like a surface glance, it doesn't make much sense. So because they've announced,
I'm
like,
sorry,
all
you
these,
can't refute an economic study from the Federal Reserve Board of Governors by saying the results are sus, so I'm going to delegitimize it.
No, but like, how does that make any sense? So
I can
steel
tell you how it makes
manufacturing-
sense. I've
No,
been
no, no,
telling
wait,
you.
hold on,
Hold on.
hold on.
No,
Dude,
hold
let me
on.
speak.
Let's just
Let me
be clear.
speak.
Do you understand?
Dude, let me speak.
If you speak about the topic, you keep pivoting. Do you understand that 1/3 of the materials that are used in domestic manufacturing, meaning the manufacturing that happens on American soil, 1/3 of the materials used in that process are imported materials? If that is the case, then tariffs would necessarily raise the production costs for domestic manufacturers. When domestic manufacturers are facing higher production costs, they will offset those costs by firing people or raising prices or producing at lower volume.
In other countries or in the U.S.?
Anywhere. I'm just explaining the mechanics.
Who cares about what happens in other countries?
It would apply to the U.S., and I'm explaining the mechanism how tariffs work.
Okay,
And
but
the
if what
1/3
you're
number is for
saying
the
is
U.S.
true,
The 1/3
why did
number is
jobs in
the
steel
1/3 number is for
manufacturing
the
literally peak in
U.S.
2019?
You need to now
They
address that.
peaked in- What?
The 1/3 number is for the U.S. You have to now address that.
Okay, sure, but why did steel job manufacturing peak in 2019?
You're not addressing what I'm saying, so I'm not going to address what you're saying.
What? Dude, first of all, you talked about firing and losing jobs. Then I'm like, okay, they literally peaked in 2019.
If you're not going to address
That
my
makes no
argument, I'm not
sense.
going to address yours. That's just not how this is going to work.
Dude, okay, what are
We can
these
go
like?
we can go step by step. Do you agree that around 1/3 of the materials that are used to make stuff in America are imported materials?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. If we make those imported materials more expensive, will the cost of production for domestic manufacturers go up?
Yeah.
Okay. When costs for businesses go up, do they respond by either raising prices or firing people or producing less? Some mix of those three,
Right,
one of the three, whatever it is.
Yeah, raising costs definitely.
Okay. So then, as a result, if you tariff materials that are used by domestic manufacturers, wouldn't that hurt the domestic manufacturers?
Yeah, in the short term.
How would it help them in the long term?
Well, why do we care about domestic manufacturers?
I thought you just said you want more factories in America. That'd be domestic manufacturing.
Yeah.
But now you don't care about domestic manufacturing?
Hold on. I think I'm getting your argument confused.
Okay.
So what you're saying is that because 1/3 of the materials are imported, because Trump's imposing a tariff, it makes
Yes.
no sense because it would be increasing prices.
I'm saying it makes no sense if your goal is to help domestic manufacturers because number one, you just made every business that builds stuff in America, you just raised their cost to make stuff. And then on top of that, because other countries are not going to put a tariff on us as well, other countries are going to buy less from them. So now there's less demand for what domestic manufacturers produce. And on top of less demand, they're facing higher costs. So even if the goal is, okay, maybe consumer prices are higher, but at least domestic manufacturers are better off, even that is not true.
Okay, so but is this just a flat out tariff rate on every country on their materials? Or is this just like different rates for every country? Because let's just say like Trump says that like, we don't want you to buy most
vary.
of these materials from like China. Yeah, so wouldn't
Well, now
that
it
be
won't.
smart?
Trump just
If you don't
imposed a
want
flat
them-
10% tariff on every country in his press conference today. So
I know, but okay, so go back one sec. So are his tariffs like flat out on everyone for like steel? Like let's just say you want to get the materials to buy steel. Are they like flat out for every country or are they like different for like each one?
well, they're primarily targeted to the main countries we import from. So, for example, a lot of the steel we use in America is Canadian steel. Same with a lot of the lumber we use here. So then Donald Trump specifically targets steel and lumber tariffs towards Canada. Same thing with we get a lot of drywall from Mexico, which this actually gets into housing costs. Housing is extremely expensive in America. One reason for that is that the drywall we get from Mexico and the lumber we get from Canada, which is used to build houses, is now tariffed even more. So housing starts are down. This has so many ripple effects that are horrible for our domestic economy.
In the short term, I'd agree.
Okay, can you explain what would change in the long term?
Because in the long term, you have all these factories in the U.S. that are now creating the materials.
No, but a lot of those factories are going to start to fail in the long term because now they have less.
How are they going to fail?
Because they have less demand for the stuff they make and higher costs to make the stuff.
Okay, so how are they going to have less demand? Like how is it
Because
all of a
other
sudden gonna
countries,
change?
I'm sure you would agree, if we tariff them, they tariff us in return. Meaning they're going to be buying less stuff from America.
Well, hold on.
Right?
Let's get one thing straight. These tariffs aren't like forever. They're not like a forever thing. If once you make these factories and it's cheaper to buy them, regardless of if you even had a tariff, they'd just be cheaper because you're doing the manufacturing
But
in the U.S.
you're
we wouldn't even
taking
need
for
to have
granted-
those tariffs. So why would those
You're
countries
taking
have
for
the
granted those
tariffs?
factories being made. A lot of companies can't eat that cost and they'll just go out of business.
Like which ones?
Like
So
let's say,
far, what I'm
okay,
seeing
it's
is
day
companies
one of the
announcing that
tariffs.
they're creating new factories
Let's just
there.
go through this. Day one of the tariffs, we have super, super high tariffs now, and all these companies are like, oh fuck, we cannot afford to import stuff anymore. We have to start building these factories. Off rip, a lot of these companies just cannot afford to build a factory. And now they're like, fuck, I can't afford to build a factory, and a third of my materials are now way more expensive. And now a lot of other countries don't even want to buy the stuff I'm making because they've tariffed us back because of our tariffs on them. So the big companies, the big businesses that have economies of scale, they might survive. If you're a small or medium-sized business, this would crush you.
But what small or medium-sized countries are like doing all this crazy manufacturing?
Not small and medium-sized countries. I mean, a lot of parts suppliers are not going to be multi-trillion-dollar conglomerates like Walmart or Amazon, right? They're going to be these random part companies that are making like the frame of a car or like whatever it may be for electronics or furniture, whatever it may be. These companies that don't have massive margins and that rely very heavily on raw materials from other countries are going to go out of business. Now, yes, the very, very big companies with trillions of dollars that have economies of scale, they'll make factories there. Amazon will be fine. Walmart might be fine. But then it's just a handout to the wealthy at our expense because we're paying higher prices.
I mean, if they're able to do the job better, I mean, that's just survival of the fittest. That's what capitalism is.
So you believe that people
are you refuting a tenet of capitalism or like?
I don't believe in unregulated capitalism. I don't believe in survival of the fittest.
Neither do I. I think that's sort of a myth.
If someone is poor or like disabled or like old, we shouldn't just leave them to die in the street, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so then I don't know what the point of that argument was.
Because the point of the argument was that like you want to bring this thing like, oh, we need to like save all these like small factories. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I think that our consumers
that's very different than like a child just like starving.
I think that our consumers and our small businesses are probably more important to uphold than multi-trillion-dollar businesses that are probably going to be fine no matter what happens in the economy because they have such massive economies of scale and such an outreach to like other countries as well.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying the average person, who I'd like to think is who we care about when we're doing public policy, the average person is worse off. All you're doing is concentrating economic power in the hands of companies that can afford to onshore jobs. And as a result, consumer prices are going to go up, small businesses go away, and the actual overall supply of goods is going to go down.
So we're talking about U.S. small businesses? Wouldn't these small businesses be made in the U.S.? Why would they be in... You're talking about them being in other countries.
There are small businesses in America that will use imported materials to make stuff that they sell in America.
Yeah. So why can't they just get the materials from the U.S.?
A lot of them would probably go out of business if you had tariffs that were so high that they were forcing onshoring of manufacturing.
Okay, but why can't they get the materials from the U.S.?
Because it's way more expensive.
Exactly.
What the fuck do you mean exactly? Is this mission accomplished?
Exactly is that you'd be buying it from the U.S. then.
No, they just say, I can't afford this anymore. I'm going out of business.
Because they're buying it from the U.S. and they're not buying it from all these other factories all in all these other countries, that means that they would bring all these materials being produced in the U.S.
Let's just say there's a business that uses, I don't know, cotton or silk or something from Vietnam or China, and they get it for super, super cheap. And now all of a sudden, the tariff on these materials is so fucking high, 3, 4, 500%, that now everyone's like, whoa, the cheapest way to make this stuff...
Trump doesn't have a 500% tariff.
Can I finish?
What? A 500% tariff on what?
Didn't we just agree? Didn't we just agree that a tariff would have to be extremely high to cause...
No, I never agreed to that.
Hold on. So you think a tariff that's like 10 or 15% is high enough to onshore manufacturing jobs?
Yes.
Just to be clear, your position is a 10% increase in the cost of materials is so high that these companies would rather take a 2 or 3 or 400% increase by creating a whole new factory in America to avoid the 15% increase in costs.
Dude, because it would be more expensive in the short term, but not more expensive in the long term.
I'm just going to ask you again. You acknowledge that for a tariff to bring production back to America, the tariff would have to be so high that the cheapest option becomes making it in America, right?
Yes.
But at the same time, 10 or 15% is high enough to do that.
Yes.
What do you think is the cost production differential between like America and Vietnam? or Mexico. Like,
I don't
hold
know.
on.
I obviously
Do you
don't know
think?
off the top of my
Do
head.
you think that?
But I
like,
mean, come
hold
on.
on.
We
No,
had
no, no,
like
no.
a
We're not going to leave this
25%
point.
tariff on
We're not going to
steel.
leave this point. Do you think that like making something in China or Vietnam or Mexico instead of America is only 10% cheaper?
I don't know off the top of my head, but probably. I mean,
Your
how much cheaper
entire
is it?
argument rests on that, and we can just look for like electronics.
I mean, you got to think about it in this way. Because of these tariffs, if they end up bringing the manufacturing to the U.S., it would be cheaper to do it that way. Like, what would the cost be then after
It
that?
would only be cheaper to do it that way if the tariff was so high that it forced them to make it in America.
Well, I mean, we had a 10% tariff on aluminum, and people started creating more aluminum in the U.S. We had a 25% tariff on
What
steel.
do you
and
mean
people started
creating more
making
aluminum?
We had more.
You mean we started buying
aluminum.
more American aluminum?
Yeah. Sorry.
So, from what I'm seeing here, it can vary from 25% to over 300% how much cheaper it is to make something in China or Vietnam or Mexico. And I refuse to believe that you disagree with me on that. Do you think that production costs in all these other companies that we produce stuff in are only 10 or 15% lower than if we made them in America? That's it?
I mean, it depends because that's a broad range of things. But I'd say for some things it'd be 10. For some things it'd probably be a lot higher. But I think if
But
we look
here's
at
the
something
thing.
like steel, at steel we had a 25% tariff, and they started
If you want to use tariffs to bring back production to America, it has to be a tariff on every single country where it's cheaper to make that thing. Meaning a tariff on China, Vietnam, India, Mexico, all these different countries, Pakistan to some extent, Japan, whatever it may be. These countries that have a comparative advantage, meaning their economies are more developed to produce these things at a lower cost. If you want them to bring all that production back to America, then every single, like for example, let's say it's 50% cheaper to make something in China, and we say, okay, 50% tariff on China. Now they're going to come back to America. No, it's still cheaper to make it in Vietnam. Okay, now a tariff on Vietnam. We're just going to go to Mexico. Okay, now a tariff on Mexico. We're just going to go to India. What you would have to do is go all the way down the list of the probably over 100 countries where the given intermediate good is cheaper to make than it would be in America. You'd have to tariff all of those countries at extremely high rates. And then you'd have to wait for 5 years at least for us to make it here. And you don't think that you don't think that 5 year period would cripple our economy?
No, because that's not what's happening right now.
Exactly. They're not even going far enough to make it work. And if they did, it would be horrible. This is what I'm saying. That number one, the tariffs that Trump did are not even high enough to onshore manufacturing. And if they were, it would still be a bad idea. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, they worked with steel. 25% they worked with steel. I mean, you can't refute that.
Is that all of Trump's tariffs? Is that what I just said?
No, but I'm giving you a good example.
You're cherry picking one thing, which doesn't even prove your point because it hurt us when he did that. So I don't know what the point there is.
How did it hurt us? We literally had more.
I just
we had the most
told
steel
you
jobs. We had
the Fed.
we had the most steel jobs, and we had
Listen,
what's it called? Lower steel
we
prices.
can't debate this
and
if you
we had-
think you're smarter than the Federal Reserve. I don't know what to do with that.
What are you talking? I'm just looking at the stats. What are you?
No, you're not. You don't like the stats from the Federal Reserve. You said they weren't legitimate for some reason.
Dude, I'm literally just looking at the jobs in steel manufacturing. They peaked right after that. And raw steel production peaked after that too.
I'm going to keep asking you the same question. I mean, you can try to pivot, but...
Okay, so what?
You tell me. You actually refuse to engage with a single thing I've said. You may be the most stubborn person I've ever spoken to.
No, I have. I think you are bringing up a lot of good points, but at the same time, I think that a lot of times it can be attributed to other things as well.
It could be. You're saying vague stuff like, oh, something else could happen. I guess it could, but you're just saying random stuff at this point.
What am I saying that's so random about jobs in the steel manufacturing industry?
You're ignoring the study that I gave you, which looked at, like, I can give you an example. You're saying overall steel stuff was up. and you said, let's just say steel jobs are up 200,000. And then I say, we lost 75,000 jobs because of the tariffs. What that would mean is, without the tariffs, it would have been 275,000. So saying that tariffs reduced jobs in those industries doesn't mean that the overall industry lost jobs. It means whatever number we had would have been higher without those tariffs. Those things do not contradict each other.
Okay, but dude, why were those jobs created in the first place? Were they not because of tariffs?
You would have to prove there. Why the fuck would they be because of tariffs if I just showed you a study that the tariffs caused the job loss? What are you saying?
Because your study has bias in it, and so same. It's
Have
like a
you
perspective
even
one.
looked at this study ever?
Dude, every study has bias in it. Like that. Like that's well known.
Does that make it illegitimate like you said it was earlier?
It depends to what degree.
Wouldn't
I mean,
you
so
have
far,
to read
about
the
what I'm
methodology
hearing
of the
is-
study to tell me what the bias is?
Yeah, but you already summarized it to me, and I'm like, okay.
And
there's
without
definite
looking at
bias
the
in that.
study, because it conflicts with your narrative, it's now not legitimate just because it conflicts with what you want to say. And you don't think that that's delusional.
What's so delusional about that? Isn't that
That
how
I point to the
everyone
Federal
thinks?
Reserve, a study that they did, one of the most credible financial institutions on the face of the earth, and you say, well, if that was true, that would mean I'm wrong, and I don't want to be wrong, so that must be fake. That's your
Well,
thought
I
process
mean-
right now.
Dude, because like you've told me like a small part of it.
Right, wait, can you
Like,
admit that
just
that's your
told
thought
me-
process right now?
What's my thought process? When someone tells me something, I interpret it and I come up with like
No. You
What
don't
I think,
interpret it.
like-
You don't interpret it. You work backwards from your conclusion and try to force the evidence to match your conclusion. And if the evidence disproves your conclusion, then you just say that the evidence isn't real.
What are
That's
you
not how.
talking
That's
about?
not
What
how
evidence?
someone honestly.
I'm the one who's bringing
That's not how
evidence. I'm
someone
talking about
honestly.
jobs and steelmen.
That is not how someone honestly engages with evidence. That is how someone who is indoctrinated and propagandized and dogmatic, who believes something and does not want to change their belief, justifies their beliefs, which is they make it unfalsifiable. No matter what evidence I give you, that if it disproves your point, it's fake. If it proves your point, oh, it's real. Right? That's what you're doing.
Well, I mean, first of all, I'd have to actually read the entire study.
Yes,
But based on what
I
you
agree.
told me,
And if you
Hold
had
on,
said
but-
like
but
a
dude-
normal, hold on, if you had said
dude,
like a
come
normal,
on, you gotta let me
if you had
speak.
said
What is
like a
this?
normal person, hey man, I gotta read the study. I'm not too sure about it. That's not what you did. You said the study's
I mean,
not legitimate.
hold on, dude. Let me speak. Okay. First of all, you gave me this summary of it, and I'm like, okay, I'll take your word for it. If that's really what it is, I'm like, okay. There's obviously bias in that. That obviously, like, you're not contributing for other external factors.
Like what?
And well, they just talked about how jobs were lost, and I'm like, okay, is that to do with tariffs? Does that have to do with the fact that a lot of these jobs are becoming more automated?
You don't think that they talk about that in the study? The study on the impact of tariffs, you think, did not isolate the impact of tariffs. You think the Federal
I mean,
Reserve,
dude, you
the
didn't make
Federal
that
Reserve
clear.
did
How
a
did you
study.
read it?
The Federal Reserve did a study on how tariffs affect the price level and the labor market, and you think they didn't even think to check how much of this is automation versus tariffs versus something else. Really?
You didn't make that clear to me when you were explaining
I
it. That's
told
why
you.
I had that concern. That's why I had that concern, and I told you that. And you're like, well, you didn't think that they think
You
that?
had
No, 'cause
that
I haven't
concern.
read it.
You had
'Cause I
that.
hadn't read it. I've
you
just heard
made
your
that
summary.
concern up without even looking at the study. And your
What do you
concern,
mean?
your concern makes no sense. The study is about the impact of tariffs specifically. The study specifically is trying to isolate the impact of tariffs from other factors. And you're saying, I think the problem with the study, which is isolating the effects of tariffs, is that it's not isolating the effects of tariffs without looking at the study
Dude.
or knowing it existed.
God. Dude, if you're going to give me a summary of it and you're going to see, like, what's your thoughts on this? And you're going to use that as an argument. And then you're also going to be like, well, you didn't read it. How did you know? Like, how is that even an argument? Like,
I
you're
didn't give
forcing
you a
me-
summary. I gave you the numbers.
Yeah, okay, and you didn't make it clear if they were accounting for that. That's why I asked you that right now. I'm like, did they account for that in their study?
Did they account for tariffs in the study about tariffs? Really?
No, dude. Did they account for automation in their study?
Let me answer this very clearly. If the study is looking at how do tariffs specifically affect the economy, don't you think the very first part of doing that is isolating the effect of tariffs from the effect of other things like taxes and automation.
Well,
and-
you didn't
and
make
interest
that
rate.
clear to me. You didn't make that clear to me.
That's if you don't think that that's clear implicitly in a study from the Federal Reserve, that's on you.
Okay, if you
That's
want to
like,
make that argument,
do I have to make it
sure.
clear to you this water bottle has water in it, or is that kind of self-explanatory?
Dude, like, what? Like, there's numerous studies that don't account for stuff like that.
Don't like what? Okay, you're gone. I'm not doing that anymore. No one is forcing you to be this stubborn. You can just say, okay, maybe I was wrong. I'll have to look into it. I don't know why you have to kick and scream all the way of being disproven and just refuse to bite the bullet and say I was wrong. Oh, man. If you guys are enjoying the live, make sure you double tap the screen. Make sure you're following on TikTok. Make sure you're subscribed on YouTube. In fact, of the 470 people here, a lot of you guys should be moving over to YouTube. The live is way better on YouTube than it is on TikTok. Following on TikTok is free. Subscribing on YouTube is free. Joining the Discord is free. All of those things are in the link tree in my bio. And then if on top of that you want to support me, my Cash App and my PayPal are also there as well. But man. Hey, how old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you disagree with any of the prompts on the screen right now?
I do.
Which one did you want to chat about?
I guess that Trump is a threat to the country.
Okay. Do you want me to make my claim as to why I think he is, or did you want to open up?
Yeah, either way, it's fine.
I think Trump is a threat to this country because he's an authoritarian. That's my basic argument.
Okay. Do you want to define what you mean by authoritarian? Or
Yeah, clamping
Want
down.
to make it really vague?
Yeah, cracking down and clamping down on civil liberties and freedoms, suppressing opposition.
Okay. You want to get specific? Do you want to get specific, or just
You
talk
want
in
examples
generalities?
of Trump doing this, you mean?
Yes.
Sure.
That way we can
So
discuss
I
it.
think
You're
having
just talking
peop-
in generalities.
Sure, I think having people put in handcuffs for expressing their opinion. I think intentionally violating states' rights as it pertains to National Guard. I think
Okay. Do you
violating
want to take
people's
one
due
by
process
one, or you
rights.
want to throw out
Sure,
10
we can go one by
topics?
one. We can start with the free speech example.
Okay. So you said being people handcuffed for expressing.
People were detained. They were
Their-
arrested and detained for expressing their opinion in violation of the First Amendment.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your evidence for that?
The court decision from Bill Young, which said that they violated the First Amendment on purpose when they detained Mahmoud Khalil, which is on video.
The court decision by Bill Young, is this a Supreme? I'll be honest, never heard of this.
This is
a
a
Supreme Court
federal judge
decision? Like-
appointed by Ronald Reagan, who said that the Trump administration, when they
So
arrested,
federal district court decision then.
yes, it might
Okay.
have been
Is
an
it on
appellate.
appeal?
It might have been an appellate court.
So you don't know if it's a district court or an appellate decision? Kind
It
of
was a federal court. Why can't you engage with the actual decision?
Well,
why would
if
that
it's on
matter?
Appeal, they might reverse it.
Why would that matter?
Because they can reverse it, just because they can reverse it. You
Okay,
know what?
so then
you know that happens, right?
So
on
yes,
appeal
but
sometimes?
you would have to point to it being reversed to make a counter argument.
Well, the process would need to finish for us to be able to.
And
talk-
up
to
until it's
know
finished,
if
you
it was-
defer
if they
to the
got
latest
reversed,
judgment, right?
No. If
Yes.
it's on appeal,
Hold on.
if it's on appeal, I mean it's pending.
If you appeal a court decision, while you're waiting on the appeal, that court decision is the law of the land. You understand that, right?
No, it's not the law of the land. That's not how it works. It's on appeal.
It is.
It becomes final. I think you were trying to. I think what you're trying to say is that the decision might be final,
Yes.
but if it's on appeal, it's not.
Well,
final.
no, it's actually not final.
it's
It can be
being-
no,
it's
it's not
being
final.
appealed.
It's the law of the land. It's not final because a higher court could overturn it. So it's actually the other way around.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Were you
So
saying
if
exactly?
it's
You said the
still on
exact
a- if
opposite
it's
2
still
seconds
being
ago.
appeal, oh, well, I meant the other way. If it's on appeal, it's not final.
Okay, so can you now address
Right.
the substance of this? That,
And then
hold on.
then
Can we now actually address the
but
substance?
There's no point in discussing it. Well, there's no point in discussing it because you don't even know if it's a district court decision or appellate decision.
That wouldn't make
so
a
if it's on
difference.
appeal,
that
it might
would
get,
hold
it
on.
might get reversed.
That would make no difference.
Yes, it would. If it gets reversed,
Do
then it's forward.
district
That's what
courts
you're
not
talking
have
about.
authority?
Of course they do, but they get things wrong. They get
Any
things wrong,
court
though.
can get something wrong. If they make a
Can you
decision,
answer that
their
question?
decision stands.
Can you answer that question? Do
If you
district
address what
courts
I'm
get
saying,
things
I'll
wrong?
answer your question.
So why don't you want to answer that question? Because it hurts your.
I didn't even hear your question, but you're not answering mine either.
Reversed. It can get reversed.
Anything
That's
could
the
get
answer. I know you're
reversed,
afraid to
yeah.
admit it, but no, the Supreme Court decision.
Okay,
cannot get
obviously.
reversed. You're wrong on that again. So these are two things you're wrong about on the legal.
Oh
system.
no.
So district court
Yes.
decisions can get reversed.
Now will you
and
address the
Supreme Court
decision?
decisions Cannot get reversed.
Now will you address the
So now
decision?
that we have that established, okay, I'm trying to get to it. I am not familiar with that court case, but you admit that it's probably a district court decision. So it doesn't really matter if it's on appeal. So, which I'm guessing is what happened.
That's not how the law works.
Do you want to give evidence to me that it's a final decision?
I want you to give evidence to me that if it's appealed,
Okay,
it doesn't
the answer is
matter.
No. Okay, so do you want to move to another topic?
If you're not going to
Exactly.
answer my question, I'm not going to answer yours. And I understand.
I mean,
I
you
understand.
don't wanna-
Hold on.
you don't want-
I
you don't-
understand.
you
I
don't
understand
wanna
why you're
admit
doing
that
this.
the case is
I
on
understand
appeal.
why you're doing this because the video of a man being arrested for expressing his opinion is very, very hard to defend. So now you have to start jumping to semantics and loopholes and bad faith. I'm going to ask you again. Just because a ruling can be
You're
appealed
losing
does
the
not make the.
argument. You're losing the argument, and I know
You're
it's
not even
upsetting you,
addressing the argument.
But you can't.
I'm the one making the argument.
A district court decision, and then when I ask you, is that a district court decision or appeal decision? And you're like, I don't know, maybe appeal. That means that you don't know if it's on appeal,
And that's not relevant.
which means that the case isn't final.
Hold on. I'm
which
sure it's
means it might
appealed.
get
That has
reversed.
nothing to do with the decision.
Okay, so you want to argue about the reasoning? Is that what you want to discuss? The reasoning.
If you'd
of the
like to
district
let me
court's order?
respond, I can tell you what I'm saying because it's very straightforward, and I think you know what I'm saying, but you're pretending not to.
No, I really don't, because I'm not understanding what you're saying. So you want to discuss so let me summarize your argument.
You're just going to keep talking and not even
You
ask
wanna
what I'm
discuss-
arguing. Okay. Cool.
You want to discuss this
How about
probably
I tell you what I
federal
want to
district court
discuss instead of you
decision
telling me what I want to discuss?
that
Okay, he's not going
that you don't agree with the reasoning? Is that what you want to discuss?
Let me know when I can actually talk.
All right, go ahead.
The district court judge, William Young, made a ruling. That ruling can be appealed.
Right.
The fact that ruling can be appealed does not make that ruling fake or illegitimate. In fact, until or unless the ruling is overturned, it is the law of the
Right.
land.
There's no such thing as law of the land. You're referring to the Constitution. The Constitution is the law of the land. That is an order
just-
that applies to the parties involved.
You're right. The
That is not the
Constitution
law
is
of
the
the
law
land.
of the land, and then who interprets the
Yeah,
Constitution?
A court order by a district judge
Hold on.
between parties.
You're so
is
close.
Not the law of the land.
You're so close. The Constitution is the law of the land, and who interprets the Constitution? Which branch?
The Supreme Court.
No, which
The Supreme
branch?
Court. The Supreme Court decides what the law of the land is.
Only the Supreme Court?
No, they're the final say. on
The
what the law
judicial
of the land
branch.
is, which is the Constitution.
You can just say the judicial branch. You don't have to run from
the
this.
Supreme Court decides what the Constitution means.
Only if a case makes it to the Supreme Court. Many do not, and they're adjudicated
Okay.
by district and
Does
appellate
this
courts.
case,
Now
has the
address
Supreme
what I
Court
said. Don't run
denied
away, dude.
certiorari
Don't run
to
away.
this case?
Don't run away. Just address it.
Well, I'm asking you a question.
No, but here's the thing. You don't address anything I say.
So they haven't decided.
You don't
yet.
address anything I say.
So
You
they
just
haven't
ask
decided on
questions.
it.
Address what I say, then I'll answer your questions, dude. Come on. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. Just answer what I'm saying. And you can come off of unmute now. Or I can invite you to. Okay, you're unmuted. Go ahead. Address what I said.
So by your own admission, you just admitted that the Supreme Court interprets the Constitution. They have the final say.
The judicial
on what
branch interprets the Constitution.
The Constitution is the law of the land. So they have the
The
final say
judicial branch
on
interprets the
what
Constitution.
means. No, I didn't interrupt you.
You're not answering what I'm saying. So
therefore,
you're talking to yourself.
If the case is on appeal, they haven't made a final ruling on it. And you say, you can admit, you don't know if it's going to get up to the Supreme Court. So what are we talking about?
Was that a response to anything I just said? I didn't hear you respond to anything.
Yes. Yeah, so
let's just go
I
point
guess
by point.
The answer you're looking for is that
Let's just go point by point.
That's the answer? Is that the answer you're
Is it
looking
your
for?
belief
Judiciary?
that only the Supreme Court is in the judicial branch, or are there other parts of the judicial branch as well?
No, you use the phrase the law of the land. The law of the land is the Constitution.
Yes, and
so the final
and the
arbiter
courts
on what the law of the land is the Supreme Court. Do you agree with that?
It's the judicial branch overall.
Okay, right. But what court specifically decides what the Constitution means?
It depends how high the case
The
goes
Supreme
up.
Court, correct?
Not necessarily.
Right, but assuming
No,
it's at
not
the Supreme Court
necessarily.
level. Okay, I know you.
Right?
I know you're jumping around because you're scared
Right?
to admit this.
Wait,
But I'm.
do you
assuming
think
situation
the
where
Supreme
it gets
Court
something
rules
to
on?
the
Hold on.
court.
Do you think the Supreme Court rules on every single federal case?
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
It
so then
doesn't. It
hold
takes
on.
A very small
Hold on.
number of
Cases that don't make it to the Supreme Court and a lower court rules, is that not the law of the land because
Yeah.
the Supreme Court never said anything?
Again, you keep
Answer
you
that
keep using
question.
This word, law of the land.
Answer that question.
You're mistaken.
Answer that
The law of the
question.
land is the
Answer that
Constitution.
question. Answer that
So,
question.
if a case doesn't
Answer that
involve
question. Do
the
not run away.
Constitution,
Do
it
not
doesn't
run away.
involve the law of
Do
the
not
land.
run away.
Do you
Answer that
understand that?
question. Do not run away.
I already explained it to you.
And no, you didn't answer the
If-
question.
So a federal court can determine, for example, a dispute between two parties in two different states, having nothing to do with the Constitution. It could be about like a land,
Okay.
or
Answer the question.
or like diversity of jurisdiction, for
Answer the
example.
question.
Has nothing to do with the Constitution.
Answer the
So
question.
there can be cases.
Answer the question.
Where two people from two different
Answer the
states
question.
have a private
Answer the
dispute.
question. I don't know
That
what the fuck you're
court
talking
rules
about.
on it,
Answer the question.
And then there's no appeal.
Bro, is there
And
is
then
there a
that
third
becomes
person
the
here who you're
final
talking to?
order
Answer the question.
for that case. But it wouldn't be the law of the land.
Oh
because
yeah,
the law of the
wow.
land is the
Cool stuff.
Constitution.
Thanks for the
Are you
speech.
not
Now answer the
getting
question.
this? Are you not getting this?
Answer the question, dude. This is embarrassing.
Are you not understand? I'll explain it to you. I know you don't like the answer, but it's the truth.
You're not answering the question.
I already
Okay,
answered it.
what is the question
You
I
don't like
asked
the
you?
answer.
Tell me, what is the question I asked you then?
You said, well, you first started out by saying, do all,
What did I
do
ask
all
you?
court cases go to the Supreme Court? I'm literally repeating what you asked me.
Please, okay, I'm listening.
You asked me, does every single federal case get to the Supreme Court? The answer
That's
is
not
no.
the question I'm
Not
talking
every
about. I asked you
single
something
one.
after that.
So then you said, listen, I'm restating your argument.
Please.
And then you said, okay, so that if a court makes a decision that doesn't get to the Supreme Court, and let's say I'm guessing you're saying if it gets resolved at the federal court level or at the
Well,
appeals
they're
court
all
level,
federal
does
courts.
that become the law?
They're all
of
federal
the
courts.
land?
You have
That's
district,
it.
appellate, supreme.
I understand that.
Okay.
I reset all that.
Okay, no, you didn't. Okay.
You're saying doesn't that make it the law of the land? And I'm telling you, no, it doesn't make the law of the land. When you use the phrase "the law of the land," you're referring to the final order that the judge made in that dispute between the two parties. Law of the land refers to the Constitution, which is the highest law of the land.
Yes, and this
You
case.
understand that?
Yes,
We
and
can-
you're so
if I-
close.
let's say- let me
You're
give you
so
an example.
close.
Let's say me
The
and
case
you-
that I
let's say
brought
me
up
and you have a
is about the
dispute.
First
Let's say me and you
Amendment of
have
the
a dispute.
Constitution.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, and is it on appeal?
Yes.
You don't know that, do you?
It is on appeal.
Exactly. So we can't say anything because
What
it's
do
on
you mean
appeal.
exactly?
So we
Tell
don't
me,
know how
hold
the
on.
Court of Appeals is
What
gonna-
does it prove
we
that
don't
it's on
know
appeal?
exactly how
What
the-
does it prove that it's on appeal?
It's not a final order. Your whole example
I don't think you know what an
was
appeal
that
is.
If there's a final order, if it doesn't get to Supreme Court, right? If there's
just
a
gonna
final
ask you
order
again.
in a case, in a federal
I'm
case,
just gonna ask you
that
again.
doesn't go to the Court of Appeals,
I'm
you even made this point. I don't think you're listening to what you're saying.
Bro, why are you doing
literally
this to
said,
yourself?
If it doesn't get to the Supreme Court,
I'm gonna
it's
ask you the
law of
same
land.
question no
It's
matter
the
how
law of
much
the
you
land. Then I
yap.
said, oh, it's not the law of the land.
I'm gonna ask
It's
you the same
final
question. You're repeating
order
yourself now.
in that case.
I'm gonna ask you the same question.
Yeah, because you're not getting it. You're not tracking.
You're being
You're having a tracking
you're being
problem.
extremely bad faith, and everyone in the chat can tell as well. So I'm gonna ask you again. Let's say a case.
It's okay. You're just losing. the
Oh yeah,
debate.
so bad.
That's
I'm
it.
losing
It's
so bad.
okay.
Okay, so let's say
Don't
a
put
case.
that kind of pressure on yourself.
Let's say a
Don't
case.
put that kind of pressure on yourself.
Bro.
You're not gonna know everything about everything. Come on.
Relax.
Don't put that kind of pressure on yourself.
Relax, deep breaths. We're gonna be okay. Let's say a case goes to a district court, and one party loses the case in the district court's decision. The party that loses says, "I'm going to appeal this to an appellate court." The appeal is pending. In the meantime, before the appellate court hears the case, does the district court's decision stand as what the government has to abide by? That's a yes or no question. Do not give me a
Depends.
speech.
It depends. It depends on the issue involved. I mean,
No.
a criminal case, a real estate case, a water rights case.
How about a case like this about the
personal
First
injury case.
Amendment?
What kind of case are you talking about?
How about a case like this in the
Yeah,
First
I mean,
Amendment?
everything is held in abeyance until the Court of Appeals renders its opinion.
So you actually agree with me, and you just went in circles for nothing.
No, I don't agree with you in anything. You're the one. Oh my God, are you not listening to
You're
yourself? What
saying that
Are you
the
not listening to
district
yourself?
court's ruling from Bill Young is currently binding, right? Okay, thanks for the fake laugh.
No. I'm saying
You're
it's on
agreeing
appeal.
it's binding
I said
right
it's
now,
on
right?
appeal. In what sense? Binding in what sense?
in that until a higher court takes up the case and either issues a stay on the injunction or something else, the district court's ruling is binding
Stay
on
on
the
the injunction. There's an injunction here.
Yes. Why aren't you addressing what I'm saying?
Okay. What?
Hold on. You know what's
okay, well,
funny? Do you
now-
even know what this
like,
case? Hold on.
I'm learning
You know
about
what's
this
funny?
case.
We've been talking
Exactly,
for
I
so
told you.
long. Do you know what this case is about?
No, I even told you that from the beginning. I'm not familiar with that case. But I
And
said, is
instead
that
of
case on
hearing
appeal?
the
And you
case,
said, well, I don't know.
Instead of hearing the case, which again is
Okay,
relevant,
so what are the
bro.
okay? Well,
What are you
the
doing?
facts of the case?
Okay.
What are the
Here
facts
was
of
the
the
case. Someone was arrested for expressing an opinion. Do you understand that?
Being very vague, but okay.
Sure.
being very vague.
Mahmoud
What are the
Khalil,
facts of the case?
Mahmoud Khalil was arrested
Oh,
and
okay,
put
you're
in
talking about the Mahmoud
detention
Khalil case.
for expressing opinions critical of Israel.
hmm
Is
Okay.
that a threat to the country? Is that authoritarian?
So what's the name of the case?
Can you answer what I just said?
What's the name of the case? I'm not familiar with this case. What's the name of the
Just
case?
address what I said.
Because you're lying. Because you're lying. That's why. What's the name of the
Address
case?
what I said. Assuming
the name
assuming
of
that
the
my
case?
description is accurate, address what I said.
It's not. No. You're trying to pivot. This is a.
It's
really
actually
weird
no.
way to
It's
pivot
the
by
first
lying.
prompt there. You said you wanted to
Just
discuss
what's
the first
name
prompt.
of the case that you're referring to? I thought you said the guy's name was Bob Hill.
Bill Young. Who the fuck is Bob Hill?
Okay, Bill Young then. Okay, so who the hell
Bro,
is
are you
Bill
just
Young
saying
then?
random shit for no reason? Answer what I said.
Why are you bringing up Mahmoud Khalil when the name of the case is Bob Young or Bill Young or
The
whatever? you
name
said?
of the judge is Bill Young. The name of the case is AAUP versus
Oh, wait, so
Rubio.
the
Now
judge-
answer what I said.
AU.
Wait, are you
versus
trolling?
Rubio?
Are you trolling?
Why wouldn't if it's a case about Mahmoud Khalil?
Are you
why would the
trolling right
case
now?
Name be AUP.
I think
So
you're
you're
right,
lying.
Ryan.
So
Are,
you're
are you
basically-
actually
so
an
you're
undercover
so you're
lib and you
lying.
agree with me? This is A1 trolling, if so.
So you're lying.
Are you
then
trolling
about
right now?
The name of the case. It's okay. You got caught in a lie, man. It happens to everybody.
Yeah, it's
and
okay,
you
man.
trying to
No, no,
win.
Are you trolling right
You
now?
crossed the line, and you got caught lying.
Yeah, sure, so
who's
true.
Who's Bill Young? Who's Bill Young?
The federal judge who ruled on the case.
If-
Can you
if the
answer what I
case-
said now?
Okay, and then who's AUP?
Who's
And then
Bob?
AUP?
Who's Bob Hill?
Who's AUP?
Well, who's Bob Hill?
Who's
Bob
you said
Hill?
it's
You brought up
Rubio
Bob
versus-
Hill. Who's Bob
you said
Hill?
it's AUP versus Rubio. You got caught, dude. It's okay.
Who's Bob
I'm trying
Hill?
To learn. You're teaching me. You're teaching me a lot.
Who's Bob
AUP?
Hill? You're teaching me a lot. Who's Bob Hill? I've never heard of
Who's
him. Clearly, I
see,
missed Bob Hill's take on this all.
Austin- Let's see. Let's take a guess. Australian underwater barback. Is that who AUP is?
You think Barback starts with P?
Sure. If Mahmoud Khalil initials are AUP, who knows? You never know.
What was that, bro? I what was? I think he was trolling. I think he was trolling. There's no way that was a real person. The name of the case is Bob Hill. Actually, no, the name of the case is Australian. What did he say? Bareback? AAUP stands for Australian. I don't know what just happened, bro. I have. Oh my god. He has that Pam Bondi energy. Yeah. Pam Bondi's better at that than he was. I think he got confused by his own argument at one point. As soon as he started talking about Bob Hill, I don't even think he knew what he was talking about at that point. Bob Hill sounds like a country singer. I wish he was real. Damn. MAGA, take notes. Next time someone brings up the Trump administration clamping down on people's free speech rights, okay, liberal, what about Bob Hill and his connection to the Australian Bareback Association? Lapreet, thank you for encouraging hydration for me. You're very astute and very on the ball about me being hydrated. I appreciate it. I'll be okay. Thank you for the reminders, though. Man, it's so boring. I wish there was someone who supported Trump and knew how to engage with substance. I wish that was a thing that existed. Oh man. Non-existent. Yeah. Yeah, true. It doesn't exist. I have to pee, so I'm gonna play a little YouTube video for you guys while I'm gone. How do you do this sober? Oh, bold of you to assume. I'm joking. I would never. I would never. I want to play a Hank Green video that I found. Biggie, if you want my take on the Supreme Court ruling or the economic numbers that just came out today, head on over to my YouTube, and I'm live on YouTube as well, and you can rewind, and I talk about it in the very beginning of the video. Great video here from Hank Green that you guys can enjoy while I go and use the bathroom real quick. I've been holding it for a while. I was holding it throughout that entire conversation about Bob Hill.
So for over a year now, I think a lot of people who are pretty informed on how economies work have felt like it's pretty weird that the other shoe has not dropped yet. We've got a government that feels kind of unpredictable. We've got tariffs, like big new tariffs. Also, those tariffs themselves feel very unpredictable. You got people who had previously had their student loans deferred, no longer having them deferred. You got people who used to have government jobs, no longer having those government jobs. But as a person who is really involved in the running of a couple of small organizations, this unpredictability piece of this is like a really big deal. It's like big cost for a business, especially if you're running a small business where you can't just like call up a lobbyist and get an exemption. You can't shift production between 3 different continents. You can't finance a sudden inventory pileup because you're worried that the rules are going to change next Tuesday. And so there's a big mystery here because markets are up. Jobs are not collapsing. They're like, okay. Spending seems okay. People are still buying stuff. Online holiday spending in 2025? Higher than ever. Now, the labor market has cooled. You can find plenty of stories about slowing hiring and rising uncertainty. But broadly, the story as it stands is this thing is still chugging along a lot more than people seem to have expected. So why? And I've heard a few explanations that I think are good explanations. I also have a hypothesis that I want to run by everybody that I think is terrifying. But we'll talk about the explanations I've heard that I think are pretty good. One, the AI investment boom. There's a lot of real money going into the real economy to build data centers and buy chips and power infrastructure and do the software and everything downstream of all of that. A bunch of different economic analysis has shown that this has been a big contributor to the macro situation in the US. It accounted for a lot of the private demand growth in the first half of 2025. Latter half of 2025? Probably. We don't have that data yet. And there's also like an interesting fiscal tailwind right now, and that is in tax policy. What we are doing is we are taxing people less. We've lowered taxes, especially on the wealthy, and we're financing that through deficit spending. And that can keep demand high when things would otherwise slow down. And that's especially true if a lot of the economy is propped up by wealthy households. The Wall Street Journal reported that the top 10% of earners drive about half of consumer spending because people with assets are doing quite well. If you had money in the stock market, you have a lot more money than you used to have. And you could just sell some stocks and go on vacation, or sell some stocks and buy a new car. Like, they have money to spend. So if stock prices are doing well, like they stay high, then high earners are able to keep spending, and you get an economy that looks kind of fine in aggregate when a lot of small businesses and a lot of normal people are not feeling fine. And all of that feels like it makes sense to me, and it tells like a fairly coherent story. I have an addition that I'd like to propose, and this is dangerous because I'm just a guy. And there's like a weaker version of this hypothesis that I feel like is pretty true, and I've actually heard it from other places. And there's like a stronger version that, if it is true, I feel like is bad, like really bad. So I'm going to tell you my little guess here, and then I'm going to talk to an actual economist about whether I'm totally off the mark. And spoiler, if I discover that there's nothing to this, I will not release it as I have just recorded it. But I think that you should stick around for that conversation to see what holes we poke in my ideas here. So let's start.
Okay. We have no more debate requests anymore. I don't exactly know what I can yap about in the remaining time. Hold on. Again, if you guys enjoyed the live, make sure you guys are following up above. And easy call to action in the interim. If you've been here, you've been watching these debates, you've been watching me suffer, very easy, free cost of action, okay, or call to action. Follow on TikTok. The button is right up here somewhere. Go to my bio on TikTok. There's a Linktree link. You can click this link. You can join the Discord. The Discord will let you know when I upload a video or when I'm going live. Then you can also go to my YouTube, which is also in the Linktree in my bio, and you can subscribe on YouTube. And in fact, if you enjoy the lives, the viewing experience, I would argue, is far more enjoyable on on what am I saying? On YouTube than it is on TikTok. And I can quickly show you guys what I mean. Okay. So this is the layout we're working with on YouTube, okay? You don't see this type of layout on TikTok. You have you have here, first of all, 16:9 aspect ratio, and then you have a multi-chat. This chat box on the right, it combines, it merges the YouTube chat and the TikTok chat. So, or if you prefer TikTok, you can just stick around here. That's fine too. But I honestly might end the live pretty soon if there's no more debate guest requests. And there's nothing to really react to. I mean, I covered the tariff stuff. I did watch the Hassan versus Mockler debate. I expected Hassan to put up more of a defense, but he didn't really even defend. I was a little bit confused by what Hassan was arguing in that debate. He was saying conflicting things. Maybe I just didn't understand. I don't fucking know. Would you debate Blair White? I mean, depends on what the topic is. Because here's the thing, like Hassan was saying things that I'm like, oh, this is super true, but I've literally never heard you say this before, and I don't think any of your viewers agree with you on this. But yeah. Okay, so this John Wayne guy, I think we've established this is a Russian bot or a Chinese bot, maybe. He always has the clapping emoji and the this emoji, and he's like, what's the best way to trigger a Democrat? I don't think he's ever said anything else. And yeah, Cucumber, please hop into requests and we can talk about how his immigration policies are cruel. I prefer to engage with people who want to speak to me rather than keyboard warriors. Up to you, though. Up to you. You can have a very fruitful, respectful, constructive conversation about the immigration policy of the Trump administration. It is fully your choice. 0 followers and 0 following, yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's see if we have any news to cover, I guess, real quick. I know that I was talking to a bunch of you guys, and some of you saw the early rumblings of my policy platform document that I was writing out. I have, and a lot of people wanted me to release it. I am sort of trying to flesh it out a little bit before I release the final copy. Let me find it. I can show you guys what I have thus far. How do we do screen share? This is like my wish list of policy, and it's still not done. So I'm not releasing this yet until I've added everything. This is my wish list for domestic policy. And it's all, I think, doable with a simple majority in the Senate and a majority in the House. So like this is doable with like 52 senators and whatever, 219, 220 Congress people that are blue. So let's just go point by point here. And I'll accept feedback as well. This is still a work in progress. So first of all, allow all U.S. territories with civilian populations to vote in a referendum on whether they want to be a state in the U.S. or an independent country. If you're a civilian living under the jurisdiction of the United States and you're paying taxes and you cannot vote in presidential elections and you do not have senators or congresspeople representing you, that seems extremely antithetical to the entire founding ideal of this country of like no taxation without representation. So put it up for a referendum. Primarily, most people talk about Puerto Rico, but my understanding is there are other U.S. territories that have civilian populations. I don't know why we would treat those differently than Puerto Rico. Next, we have Supreme Court reform. Here I've put this. So first of all, I think ideally we'd have term limits, but unfortunately the Constitution says that Supreme Court and just court appointments in general are going to serve life terms. So if you want to actually have the terms be shorter, it would require a constitutional amendment. What I've done to skirt that here and in effect put on some term limits and also depoliticize the court. I want courts to be as apolitical as possible. And this maybe does something in that regard. A president shall appoint 2 justices during his or her term. one in the first year and one in the third year, or again in the fifth and seventh if they're serving a second term consecutively. These appointments, if confirmed, will join a pool along with all other Supreme Court judges. For each given case the court hears, 9 justices from this pool are selected at random, meaning we're not actually expanding the size or the number of seats that are actively adjudicating court cases. I think 9 is fine, but the 9 people that are adjudicating any given case before the Supreme Court are going to be selected from a larger pool of justices, which is going to be the accumulation, or the culmination rather, of whatever presidents have appointed. Congressional reform. I think reduce the Senate filibuster threshold to either 52 or, who are we kidding, just eliminate the filibuster at this point. But if you want to have some semblance of a roadblock there against pure majoritarianism, then I'm fine with like a 52-person filibuster. I think we should expand the House by establishing a ratio of 1 congressional representative per 500,000 constituents, which I believe would expand the overall House to around 650 seats. And then on top of that, mandate districting be done by a nonpartisan independent commission in accordance with some kind of standardized public rules to end gerrymandering for partisan reasons. Then we have what I think, so here we have so far court reform, congressional reform, and now executive branch reform. Here I've opened by saying executive branch agencies should receive dynamic budgets in accordance with goal-based thresholds. So this is one way to actually incentivize more efficiency. Instead of DOGE, which just says, let's cut cancer research and food for poor people, this is actual efficiency, which would say that executive branch agencies will receive dynamic budgets in accordance with goal-based thresholds. And I've given an example to illustrate what I mean here. So for example, Congress passes a project and the president signs it to build a bridge. The bridge project could provide 5 finish by dates. If you complete the bridge by the earliest given date, then you get a lot more funding. And if you complete the bridge by the latest deadline you're given, you get the baseline of funding. And if for some reason you're late and you're behind schedule and the bridge is finished even after the latest deadline, then maybe there's some kind of penalty on the department's funding. The same principle goes for civil service salaries, and that's, I don't think that's currently how they do it. Currently, they have kind of a use it or lose it appropriation style, and appropriations are not dynamically set; they're static. I mean, you have pay-go and some stuff, but that's a little bit different. And then same thing for civil service salaries, which I think we want to be attracting the best and brightest, smartest people into the public sector instead of into Goldman Sachs and whatever else they're going into. So if you want people who are extremely smart to go into the public sector, you have to incentivize that. So I think civil service salaries should be tied to these dynamic budgets by establishing a baseline that is competitive with the private sector and higher tiers that far outdo it. For example, or this is rather the reasoning here, the best and brightest are incentivized to enter public service and contribute their best quality work when salaries reflect the positive externality of doing so. Then I have what we need to do to address AI and the digitization of society recently. These are my favorite ones here. Number 1, national establishment of identity property rights, similar to intellectual property rights, where each individual has a right to their likeness insofar as generative AI is concerned. Human-made art would be exempt, meaning if someone draws a picture of you or makes an animation of you, that's exempt. But any sort of generative AI that is used to produce an image or a picture or an audio recording of any individual, that person could sue in response because they have identity property rights. Their likeness is owned by them insofar as AI is concerned. This is going to be, I think, really, really important to do with how good generative video and picture AI is getting. And it also creates an incentive structure that, hey, if you're going to make videos of random people doing stuff they never actually did, you're going to face legal consequences for that. And then on top of that, I think we need to establish on a national level, maybe Congress could do this, a digital reform commission, which is going to have a few different goals. Number 1, investigate and address market power concentration in the tech sector, meaning monopolies and oligopolies, and then address those findings through the use of antitrust law by breaking up big companies and making tech markets more competitive. On top of that, these people in the commission should be investigating predatory advertising and user retention techniques based in neuroscience research. If companies are doing neuroscience research to see, okay, if our logo is this big, and if we use this color instead of that color, and if we use this animation instead of that animation to maximize how much time you're using on our app, that is predatory. Because you are being, in a sense, compelled to do something on a subconscious level. And if you're going so deep into it that you're studying neuroscience, it starts to become predatory. Except we can't make laws against AI at a state level, and their favorite thing to say is up to the states. That can be addressed through federal legislation, though, if we get rid of the filibuster and then just overturn the big beautiful bill and whatever other federal regulations have been done by the executive branch. That's something we can address, and then address these findings on predatory practices through regulation. Hold on. I'm getting a call. Just give me 1 second. Okay. What else? Okay, in terms of health reform, multi-pronged approach here as well. We can go point by point. So the overarching in terms of healthcare is you want to move towards a single-payer healthcare system. I've given a list of bullet points on how exactly we ought to do that. So you start off by establishing a public option for health insurance, which just means a government option for health insurance, which guarantees all individuals and employers 5 to 10% less cost than whatever their best private coverage offer is, while also guaranteeing providers of healthcare 1 to 3% higher reimbursement. Number one, this causes healthcare providers to favor the public option for health insurance. And number two, it guarantees that over the span of however many years, anyone who has private insurance will switch over to the public option because by definition, the public option will offer them the same level of care for 5 to 10% less cost in terms of deductibles, copays, and premiums. Then, inevitably, as this competitive approach drives private insurers out of the market, you can absorb these failing private insurance companies into the public option over time to capture more of the market. And once you reach around 70% of the health insurance market being captured by the public option, you start transitioning officially to some kind of single payer system. And once you establish the single payer system, you shift the cost burden in accordance with marginal ability to pay. So specifically speaking, once you've established single payer healthcare, premiums, deductibles, and copays are going to be determined by your tax bill, by your ability to pay. Okay. On top of that, as part of my overall health prong, I think we should mandate a set number of days for paid medical leave. And if you're a small business that cannot afford that, government can step in and subsidize it. On top of that, a more proactive approach to improving the health of the country, and this is an idea I've talked about before, is offer incentives to states and localities that establish what I've dubbed here in the shorthand, tri-centers. A tri-center would be a public library, a community recreation center, and a public gym, either in a joint complex or very close by walking distance. And just to give some elaboration here, a community rec center would not just be an empty hall with a bunch of chairs. It would have movie rooms, game rooms, and weekly or seasonal events like gaming tournaments, movie nights, barbecues, meant to improve social cohesion and address the increase in social anxiety and atomization, especially after COVID, where if your local tri-center is having a game night, you can show up, you can play, pool or Xbox or PlayStation or Switch or whatever with other people in the community. There's a movie room where everyone can come together, barbecues outside, whatever it may be. This is how you build third spaces for a society that is becoming increasingly more isolated, increasingly more socially anxious, and has less and less forums to interact with each other in a constructive or positive way. Public gyms would include standard equipment and free group trainings and lessons for different tracks. So you go to your local public gym. Let's say you want to improve your cardio to lose weight. Let's say you want to do some weight training to put on weight. You have these free to access group sessions, cardio, strength, nutrition, etc. And this would be done by state and local governments, but would be incentivized by the federal government through some kind of conditional grant program. Another aspect of my health, and yes, obviously Free Palestine, that would be foreign policy. I'm talking about domestic policy. Another aspect of my health prong here would be to mandate or incentivize states and localities to mandate or incentivize states and localities to mandate availability of on-site psychologists for all schools and workplaces in accordance with a set ratio of one psychologist per X number of students or workers. This is really important to do. People who are working or learning in school should have ready access to high-quality mental health help. It does nothing but improve outcomes. A lot of places have this, people just don't go. I do not think that, you can maybe name a specific place, but on average, having a state-of-the-art rec center with like a projector movie theater room and a gaming room and like really good facilities, these are not things that are incentivized right now under any state that I'm aware of. And I think these would be popular. I'm just going to push back on that. I think a lot of people would go. I hesitate to see why, because when other organizations, like when I was doing canvassing last election, a lot of cities, when these third-party charity organizations organize barbecues or community events, a lot of people turn out. People want third spaces. People want community. And yeah, it's a bit of a process, but yeah. And set strict minimums for mental health coverage for all health insurance such that anyone who needs mental health help can access it. And the thing is, when you think of rec room, typically you're thinking of some dusty-ass chairs and some empty hallways and stuff. I'm talking about they've got the fucking newest PlayStation games, newest Xbox games, Nintendo Switch, so all the kids can come, board games, pool, movie theater room, maybe a basketball court and a soccer field outside. You have the gym attached as well. When you create a free at the point of use social gathering center that is like very, very high quality, people want that. And it also saves them a lot of money. How many parents are like, okay, little Timmy, you've been asking for the fucking Xbox for 5 weeks. Just go to the rec center, bro. They have all the games. Play with your friends. Go. Right? That actually has a lot of ancillary or tertiary rather, ripple effects. Back to economic reform now, leaving the health prong. You should create more income tax brackets with the highest bracket ranging up to around 55% in terms of marginal income tax rates. We have to start taxing loans that are taken for consumption or personal use by individuals with a net worth of over around $5 million. And the way you would figure out the tax liability, you just use the exact same paperwork that they use to take the loan. So it does not involve any kind of arbitrary valuation issues that you have with the wealth tax, right? The issue with the wealth tax is like, okay, I have to first find the value of your assets. And then in many cases, you now have to liquidate those assets. But in liquidating those assets, their value goes down. And now your tax liability is fluctuating in a really confusing way. Here we can say, if you are someone with a net worth over around $5 million, and let's say you have a really big company and you are doing personal consumption by taking out low interest loans against your company, then you are therefore using your amassed wealth to employ liquid funds for personal consumption. That should be a taxable event. There's something similar to this in the Congress called the Robin Hood Act, but I believe that kicks in for anyone making $400,000. I think it should probably be a little bit higher where it kicks in. On top of that, this is something that would bring in potentially $4 trillion over 10 years from what I've read, potentially more, because the exact plan I'm proposing is like a little bit more aggressive than others I've seen. Eliminate the payroll tax cap, and don't just eliminate the cap. Establish progressive rates on payroll taxes from around 2% all the way up to 12%, which number one means for the vast majority of working class and lower middle class people, their take-home pay goes up because now the lowest payroll tax rate is only 2%. So you're making take-home pay go up for poor people, and you're actually making the tax. Currently, the payroll tax is regressive, where it doesn't even apply on income above 184,000, something like that. Even if you got rid of the cap, it's still a regressive tax because now you just have a flat payroll tax. Why should it be flat? Progressive payroll tax makes a lot more sense to me, and ends up stimulating the economy while increasing revenue because, again, any average person here who's making anywhere from $35,000 to like $200,000 a year, they're going to see an increase in their take-home pay. Okay. Moving then to corporate taxes. I believe we should raise the corporate tax rate to 28% with lower rates for companies that meet I'm just calling it in shorthand here, the American Dream Standard. If you meet the American Dream Standard, you face a lower corporate tax rate than the official 28%. And I've given some examples of what that would mean in practice. So, and this needs to be ironed out more. It's like still in the early stages. But let's say you have American Dream Standards and they have 3 tiers. Each tier denotes a certain combination of pay and benefits and leisure, which are adjusted for inflation and regional cost of living, a set number of vacation days for however much increment of time, and possibly like the highest tier guarantees a 4-day work week, for example. A company adhering to any of these tiers as their floor, meaning what's available to the least compensated employee, will face the commensurate corporate tax rate. So for example, and this is again subject to change, you could have a bronze tier, which the corporate tax rate is 23%, silver tier where it's 19%, and gold tier where it's 15%. And if you are a corporation that wants to pay 15% corporate tax, you can do that instead of the 28. But if you want to do that, your lowest paid worker has to have this many vacation days, 4-day work week, regional cost of living, and inflation adjusted cost of living salary, which is always increasing in correlation to changing cost of living, more broadly speaking. What this does is it actually realizes the myth of Republicans that if you cut corporate taxes, they invest into their workers. No. When you cut corporate taxes, by and large, they do stock buybacks. Some sectors do invest, like manufacturing, but broadly speaking, if you cut corporate taxes, it goes to profits, it goes to stock buybacks. What this does, it says, okay, if you want a lower corporate tax rate, yes, that incentivizes people to bring their businesses here, but if you want the lower rate, treat your workers very well. I think it's very fair, and it also creates, it's hard to argue against that, low-key, because it's like a win-win. Another thing I'd want to do is, and this is something I have to think out a little bit more. Maybe there's issues with this, maybe there's not, but require all publicly traded companies, or maybe all companies of a certain size, if there's a way to distinguish them without creating a cliff, to designate X percentage of ownership for workers. Meaning you have a publicly traded company and we just say 15% of every publicly traded company is going to be designated as worker-owned equity. This equity will be equally distributed between the workers, meaning if there's 10 employees, they each get an equal chunk. If there's 10,000 employees, they each get an equal chunk. The more employees you have, the amount that each individual employee owns is going to go down, but collectively, the employees would always own a set percentage ownership stake in publicly traded companies. And you might be wondering, what if they leave the job? Do they take their shares with them? No. If you leave the job, it triggers an automatic buyback where you get paid for your equity and then the shares are reintegrated back into the worker-owned designation, or whatever the class of shares would be called. Establish automatic tax filing, and I think mandate paid family leave with subsidies again for small businesses. Another big thing, which I think is a huge idea that we should be doing, is and by the way, to the Democrats, this next thing I'm going to say can be done with budget reconciliation. It can be done with budget reconciliation. That'd be hard to implement. Yeah, most good economic policy I think is hard to implement. And I'm amenable to like suggestions on this in terms of making the percentages different or whatever else, but I think it'd be a good policy overall. One thing which this should be at the top of the list, honestly, create a sovereign wealth fund. A sovereign wealth fund by apportioning a set percentage of revenue each year to fund it. And the profits, the returns from the sovereign wealth fund can either be reinvested into the sovereign wealth fund or used to compensate for insufficient tax revenues. This would create a stream of government revenue which is entirely independent of taxation and offers on average higher returns than like a treasury bill would. Then this is getting to my most bold and most outlandish stuff, which is still great policy in my opinion. Infrastructure revitalization. I think we should construct, this is my dream project, probably never going to happen, but it'd be so based, is construct we have the interstate highway system, right? Construct an interstate maglev public transit system in coordination with state governments, which can create smaller branches between localities. Maglev trains connecting the entire contiguous United States. It's expensive. It is worth it. It is very worth it to have the best-in-class public transit. It makes it easier to travel for work, to visit family members. It puts a downward pressure on energy prices because now road trips by car and flights by plane have to compete with the maglev public transit system. Net benefit. Another thing, massive public investment into solar and nuclear energy, which, again, never let someone in MAGA tell you, China's eating our lunch. You know what China's eating our lunch on? Renewable energy. Public sector intervention in the economy, like building public transit and building more homes. And the Inflation Reduction Act attempted to, compete with China on solar panels. And then, yes, Chris, Trump messed it up. Royally messed it up. So good job to China. Now you guys are going to own everyone on economies of scale when it comes to solar. It's actually insane how much China has managed to lower the marginal cost of solar. And then this is part of an infrastructure deal as well, which is just like, and this is a lot of rhetoric as well. You have to, if you're going to do anything with roads, you have to publicize it because otherwise people don't hear about it. Fund a nationwide push against bumpy roads. I have always said from day one, the guy, the girl, whichever president who actually oversees better roads in this country and gets rid of our crumbling infrastructure, potholes everywhere, they're going to win Kim Jong-un numbers in re-election. This is the one issue that unites everyone. Fund a nationwide push against bumpy roads to make American roads the best in the world, possibly prioritizing in accordance with local referendums on where it's most needed. One thing that I think could be a cool idea, which I don't know if it is that if a given state or locality has a set number of or set amount of money to spend on infrastructure, they should do a statewide or citywide referendum on, okay, we have this much money to spend on infrastructure. Where do you guys think this is most needed? Which intersection, which road has the most annoying potholes or the most annoying traffic? And then by referendum, we can prioritize where we first spend the infrastructure money. What else do we have? Okay, yeah, last thing, make Election Day a national holiday and establish automatic voter registration. This is super base to me. Automatic voter registration and Election Day being a national holiday, what I think, I don't know about making voting mandatory. That I'm not sure about. I don't hate the idea, but I believe in freedom. I could maybe be convinced on that, but I think you would see a massive. I'm not sure if it's constitutional is my issue, but I think you'd see a massive uptick in voter turnout if one, election day was a national holiday, and then two, you were already registered. How many people are like, even the idea of like first having to register, a lot of people who otherwise are like too lazy to do that shit are like, okay, fuck it, I'm not going to vote. Just having automatic registration, one and done, and then then all you'd have to know is, okay, election day, I don't have work, and I'm already registered, I'm just going to go vote. The reason you saw in 2020 such high voter turnout, how did Biden get 81 million votes? It's because, for all intents and purposes, in 2020, hold on. For all intents and purposes in the 2020 election, yeah, everyone was home. If they did have work, it was virtual work. Some people still had in-person work, of course. But point being, when you reduce these roadblocks to voting, turnout just goes up. If asked, I'm not here. Okay. How about a nonpartisan public option for news based on empirical evidence? I mean, I really like PBS. I don't know if that'd be the same as PBS or like a little bit different than what PBS does. I'm not opposed to it. You would need to establish a lot of independence for this because there's always the risk. And NPR as well. Yeah, NPR as well, true. And by the way, I love NPR and PBS. They do great work. So especially the PBS Frontline documentaries. Yeah. And NPR does really good reporting on domestic policy. Yeah, they were both gutted. Yeah, it's sad. I don't know why they'd got PBS. Fucking Sesame Street's gonna suffer as a result or something. But okay. New York Times is the top of journalism. Doesn't get much better than that. Broadly speaking, yeah. I mean, every media organization has blind spots and biases. New York Times is top tier, but I also really like Reuters, Associated Press, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post. Yeah, there's a bunch, but New York Times is up there. It's one of the subscriptions I pay for. I think I pay for New York Times and I pay for Washington Post. Axios is good too. Axios is really good, actually. What do you think about all the errors and in data and ballots in Fulton County, Georgia? At this point, I don't know what can be really done about it. I guess Georgia could indict people if there's like criminality there, but it's so ironic. It's so ironic that like we find out about something akin to voter fraud and it's actually just the Musk-aligned super PAC sending people pre-filled ballots, right? Wait, is it about the midterms? Was it not about 2024? I opened the whatever meeting they had where they discussed this, and it was 10 hours long. So I didn't exactly go through the details. Oh, yeah. I mean, they're going to do much more than this. They're going to be seizing voting machines or trying to delegitimize certain ballots, throw them out, declaring state of emergency, trying to indict people on fraud. I would not put it past the government that we currently have to start generating AI videos of people doing fraud to justify subpoenas or warrants. That's some shit they would do, which is scary. If they really put their mind to it, I could see them creating evidence of election fraud to obtain a warrant from a judge, and the evidence is like an AI generated video of someone stuffing ballots in a sandwich, or the arguments made no sense. I remember they're stuffing ballots in sandwiches. They're putting bamboo fibers on the ballots. The ghost of Hugo Chavez has possessed the voting machines. I don't even know what they're going to come up with this time, but they'll find something. Do you think anything should be done by the West about the Iranian protesters being brutalized? I mean, something should be done. I don't think it should be. Dealing with Iran has become so complicated because of Trump. The Iran deal is one of the best things Obama did. And if we were still on the same track as post 2016, January 2017, we could have started to normalize and try to exert pressure on Iran through soft power and economic leverage and diplomacy. But now, I really like Obama, but the JCPOA wasn't that great, TBH. Here's the thing. There are obviously going to be loopholes and issues, and yes, the Syria red line thing was an issue. I think Obama had a weird foreign policy. Some stuff I really like, and some stuff I'm like, what were you doing? But insofar as the JCPOA is concerned, I think an imperfect deal is better than no deal. And I think also creating that line of communication, and also, I was going to say building that trust, which now does not exist. If you enter a deal with Iran and and both parties are trying to make goodwill gestures to show, hey, we're complying with the deal, I think that builds groundwork to build upon diplomatically going forward. Whereas Trump, I think he calls it maximum pressure negotiation. I prefer negotiation to war, of course, but that framework was broken by the Iranians year one. Is that true? My understanding is that their uranium enrichment levels were far, far, far lower than they would have been in the absence of the deal. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I feel like I've seen, and it's been a while since I've looked at this, so maybe I have to double check, but from what I remember, there were, we had metrics of compliance, which maybe they weren't fully on target, or did they just fully violate the deal? Because we had set certain targets for enrichment levels, right? And Trump supercharged it by breaking the deal. Here's my thing, right? It's like, I agree. Like, to the extent that there were issues with the deal, I'd rather address those issues through the framework of having that diplomatic channel of communication. What Trump has done in foreign policy that really bothers me is anyone ever going to trust any deal from him ever? Because now he's trying to renegotiate the Iran deal. I don't understand. He's trying to renegotiate it, except here's the thing, and maybe I missed this. I don't think Obama had to threaten to invade Iran to negotiate a deal with them. Trump, however, has to threaten to invade Iran to bring them to the table. Why is that? Because Iran no longer trusts that we will stick to any deal we make with them, because the guy asking them to make a deal broke the last deal. This is the master negotiator, guys, apparently. Yes, but Khamenei hates the U.S. more than anything in this world. But here's the thing, and this is where I will defer to foreign policy experts, because I always say my foreign policy takes are very limited. There's a lot I need to learn about foreign policy, so take this with a grain of salt. When dealing with a country like Iran, my assumption is that in the Iranian leadership, I should drink water. In the Iranian leadership, there are going to be some factions who are more pro-cooperation and more pro-integration and more pro-diplomacy. The voices in the upper echelons of power who are more open to working with America and other countries in general. Then, same in the U.S., there's going to be powers or rather factions of power that are a lot more hawkish and a lot more ideological and a lot more willing to engage in war or antagonizing other countries. If America breaks their deal with Iran and starts striking Iran and putting military pressure on Iran, then every single pro-cooperation voice in the upper echelons of power in Iran has been delegitimized. The hawks will look at them and say, you fucking idiots thought the Iran deal was going to work, and look what the U.S. did to us. They broke the deal. Look what the U.S. is doing to us now. They're threatening to invade. You cannot work with these American Western pigs. That argument is given a lot of credence when you are so fucking hawkish towards Iran. And if you want these countries to be more amenable to working with us, you have to actually do gestures of goodwill that lend legitimacy to these forces that otherwise have their back against the wall. My question to you would be this: it's 29, and there's a Democrat in power. How do you deal with Iran? Honest question. I think it's impossible to answer that question because a lot can happen between now and 2029, and I think some options are being taken off the table by Trump, which is annoying. But but the issue is that the newest generation of the IRGC is the most ideologically hardline one, and they'll be the successors of Khomeini. But also, isn't the Iranian population the polar opposite in terms of the public sentiment right now? And then the question becomes, obviously, the authoritarian government is not going to acquiesce to what the population wants, but there's only so much of a delta that can exist there. Even in authoritarian regimes, once a certain critical mass is reached of public dissent, the people in power have to do something. They have to do something. And as we saw in January, the state and intelligentsia still holds the power. This is true. So, ultimately, my overarching response to this is we have to just play the cards we're given, and nothing I could even say right now is probably going to be relevant in 2029. So it's very hard to plan right now what we should do in 2029. And unfortunately, not just insofar as Iran is concerned, but with a lot of our foreign policy, Trump is reducing the aperture of available options for us. A lot of our power is being burned, and we're not going to get it back. I said this earlier with even our trade relationships and stuff like NATO. When Trump says, we have all this leverage over other countries, we should use this leverage to further exploit these countries and further enrich ourselves at their expense. What Trump doesn't realize is that building that amount of leverage and hegemonic status on the world stage, if you take all of that amassed, what's the word I'm looking for? Leverage. If you take all of America's leverage, which we've built up for decades and decades, and you start spending it for no reason, you start wasting it, it doesn't come back. And in fact, what other countries learn is that, when America has a lot of leverage over us, militarily or economically, they could abuse that and hurt us. All that does in the long run is create an incentive structure where every country that was once a lot more susceptible to American influence wants to get away from American influence. So actually, by using up all of our leverage, he's also destroying it and making it way less durable. So what I fear for if we have free and fair elections in 2028 and a Democrat wins is that they're going to be dealt a very, very shitty hand when it comes to our global reserve status and our status in Western Europe and in the Middle East and Taiwan and South America and Central America. Yeah. So the arsenal of moves available to America is being Trump is really shrinking that down in size. And whoever comes next is, typical Trump behavior. The world has lost trust in us. And bro, it's like an overplayed meme. Yeah, saying, what did he say? they asked him, "Sir, would you defend Taiwan?" And he said, "I don't know. It's up to Xi what happens with Taiwan." I just, what the fuck, bro? But I think our official position is still strategic ambiguity, which it's not very ambiguous, but yeah. Trump is doing a lot of irreparable damage to rule of law, to norms, to foreign policy, to economic policy, fiscal and monetary, with the pressure he's exerting on the Fed. And yet, how many times does a Democrat have to... It's like a meme now to say that the Democrat has to clean up the Republicans' mess. But it gets to a fucking point, bro. Bill Clinton hands a booming economy to George W. Bush. Cooked. Obama comes in, jobs recover, inflation stays steady, all-time highs year after year. Trump comes in, handed again a growing economy, and he decides, economy's growing. Let's cut taxes. Which, by the way, I thought he had an economics degree, but he doesn't know what countercyclical fiscal policy is, which is that if the economy is growing and doing really well, that is the time to increase taxes. And if the economy is doing bad, that's the time to cut taxes. And user 880, you can hop on for the next live. We're wrapping it up for today. I've been on here for like almost 4 hours, so you can hop on for the next time. Like our money is backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government. We've blown all that faith. Yeah. Let's just hope we don't have a bank run or something. And it feels like there's a big house of cards being built up right now. It's going to collapse very soon in terms of like even our economic system, where what percentage of our GDP right now is fully from like AI data centers. I think it's like 30 or 40% of GDP is from AI data centers right now. Would be great to discuss Iran with you at some point. Keep up the good work. Thank you. And I want to reiterate here, my degree of confidence on domestic policy matters is way, way, way higher than on foreign policy matters, because foreign policy is extremely complicated. So like, please, if you watch me, do not just take my foreign policy takes as like gospel, because I'm working off like a very limited set of information, and I might marginally know more than the average person, but foreign policy is like extremely complicated to figure out. So if we get our GDP from data centers, then it's a bad idea. Is it a bad idea to regulate them? No, because I mean the importance of regulating generative AI for social cohesion. I mean, bro, AI is gonna kill us all. Sorry to end it on a bummer, but like, terrorist groups are going to be able to use it to make bioweapons that we've never seen before. And also false flags with generated video and audio. All of the guardrails on AI are not actually guardrails. It's just like they try to ban like certain paths. So like currently, ChatGPT could probably teach me how to make some kind of bioweapon. But I couldn't just ask straight up, how do I make a bioweapon? Because that prompt has probably been accounted for in their safety regulations or their safety protocols. But the issue with LLMs is like, if you find a way to use the right prompts and circumvent whatever safety features are superimposed after the fact, it's all still there. So... And obviously, yeah, water, energy, resources. But yeah, we're cooked. Authoritarianism, artificial intelligence, shrinking influence on the world stage. Measles is coming back. Public health is going down. Generation Alpha can't fucking read or do basic math. Everyone has like 1 million mental health issues and no one is getting it addressed. Physical health issues as well are on the rise. Money is concentrating in the upper echelons. Real purchasing power is stagnating. Uh, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, this was a good live. I think we got some good viewership today. Oh wait, I missed Stugie's question on YouTube. Should the next administration loosen our ties with the UAE and Saudi Arabia? I go back and forth on Saudi Arabia, and the UAE I know a little bit less about, because from my understanding, a lot of the Middle East war is a result of like the Iran versus Saudi Arabia proxy war. You're so depressing listening to you. Is this the Liam I think it is? Oh, he's spamming now. So yeah, I have to think more about the Saudi Arabia question because it depends so much how things go with Iran as well. Yeah, it's cooked. And Israel. You're basically saying the world is ending because Trump's in office. No, Liam, silly boy. I'm saying the world is declining because our people are unhealthy physically and mentally, and authoritarianism is on the rise, and our standing on the world stage is falling, and artificial intelligence is not being regulated fast enough or in a detailed enough way. So if you have solutions for that, Liam, I'd love to hear that. Do we have mozzarella for that? 1 second. Okay. Because unlike you, I don't think the government solves all problems. Well, Liam, we can argue whether or not the government should solve all problems. My issue right now is that the government is creating a lot of problems. Unnecessary problems. Things that no one's forcing Trump to do this. He just insists on shooting ourselves in the foot. What were you going to say about Israel? Yeah, I was going to say my thoughts on whether, or rather, my thoughts on how America should engage with the UAE and Saudi Arabia are a lot more up in the air, and I have to learn more. When it comes to Israel, I have very concrete thoughts, which is that we are using all of our diplomatic and economic leverage against Israel. And maybe this is a pipe dream. We don't just have to cut off weapons to Israel. It is about time that we sanction the state of Israel for the genocide. Refusing to fund it and give them weapons to me just takes us from negative 100 to 0. If you want to go from 0 to a positive number, start voting against Israel on UN resolutions. Start sanctioning Israel and demanding massive concessions, essentially in the pursuit of, hey, Israel, if you want us to stop leveraging our economic and diplomatic power against you, then you have to be game for Palestinian statehood. And you can cross your arms and say no all you want. We can play this game a lot longer than you can. So if you want to suffer, go ahead. But we can make the suffering stop very quickly if we just have some kind of Palestinian statehood. And we can work together on security guarantees and making sure all civilians on both sides are safe. That's all fine. But the bar is in hell right now. The bar for the longest time is like, hey, can we please just stop having innocent children getting blown to pieces? That's a very low bar. Very low bar. I think everyone should be laser focused on a sustainable solution, which is a Palestinian sovereign state. A Palestinian state. I know some people say one state solution. As much as I would love that idealistically, I don't know how possible it is to have a one-state solution. I think a two-state solution is probably more feasible in the short run and more practical, but I'm open to suggestions on that. Anyways. Someone said something. Total Tasker, you're talking like a white paper I just read, lol. Finally, someone who also reads. I have not read whatever white paper you're referring to, but now I'm curious because it sounds like a based white paper if it's lining up with what I'm saying. Did the creation of a Jewish state work out well? If you're referring to, like, I'm assuming you're referring to Israel, it obviously did not work out well for really anyone, I guess, except the pro-Israel hawks. Yo, what's up?
What's up? So, despite what you may think, I'm not here to talk about Palestine. I
Okay.
actually wanted to ask you about whether or not you think these lawsuits are going to result in any of these tariffs being refunded. Because
Yeah.
because if they're not, obviously I see this Supreme Court decision as a massive blow to Trump optically.
For sure.
But if there aren't tariff refunds, I don't know if there's like a substantive material difference in this.
Yeah, the issue is, number one, calculating how much each company is owed and how it's going to be refunded is going to be tough. So it's possible the courts just say that while he should refund them, it's not practically possible, and therefore we're not going to enforce it. And then there's the other layer of, like, there's other laws, I believe the Trade Act and the Trade Expansion Act, which Trump is now going to try to use to put in new tariffs. So I feel like that's also going to end up at the Supreme Court. So Trump is going to go down kicking and screaming when it comes to tariffs. He's not going to acquiesce at all.
Right. Wait, so you really think? Because I genuinely, and I asked, actually, I saw David Pakman was on here. I asked him the same question. He also was like, if I was a betting man, he was like, I don't know specifically or why, but he's like, if I was a betting man, they're not going to pay the refunds. But, like, I can't imagine I don't know, maybe it's just my ignorance on legal theory, but I can't imagine the courts being like, yeah, you as a company are owed money from the U.S. government because they illegally taxed your imports.
I agree. I think, like, on a constitutional basis and a statutory basis, like, what you're saying is true, in that, like, they violated the Constitution and there was a material harm, like, monetarily to these companies. And I think what probably would happen there is, like, district courts and appellate courts will say you have to refund it, and then Trump's going to appeal up to the Supreme Court, and then it's like a coin flip, because I don't know what these people are going to say. That's the issue, I guess.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Because, I mean, like, obviously, like you said, he's attempting other legal avenues. And from what I understand, even if he's successful in some of these other legal avenues, there's limits to the percentages
Way
of
more
what he can
limits.
tariff.
And the duration of
And
time.
there's exactly, I think it's only like 150 days. And then it needs congressional approval.
Right.
But it's like there's no way you can just retroactively say that, oh, all of the tariffs for the last almost a year now, that was actually under a different legal act, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like there's no way the courts can, like, would capitulate to the idea that, like, technically these companies are owed. But yeah, I guess you're right in that it's pragmatically, like, I mean, I don't think the U.S. has $175 billion, is where I think Bloomberg or another independent think tank put it. They don't have that money just lying around to give
there's
out.
no
to
actual
these
tariff shelf
corporations.
like Trump says,
Right, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and what you're saying is, like, technically the correct legal argument where people should be reimbursed. But even the thing that's sus to me is that the refunding of the tariffs was not mentioned even once in this long-ass decision, and the only mention of it was brought up by Kavanaugh in the dissent, and Kavanaugh was like, yeah, man, it's too hard to pay these people back. So my worry is that district courts and appellate courts decide correctly, and so you have to pay them back, and then he goes up to SCOTUS, and then Gorsuch and Barrett and Kavanaugh pull through and help him in like a 5-4 or something. That's the worry.
So then taking that, like, let's assume that's all the case then, and Trump is successful in his legal battle this upcoming time around, invoking Section 122 or whatever, is there any material? Are we seeing any material difference then on these tariffs and how they're being implemented and how they're affecting the U.S. economy?
In the sense that now companies actually have some predictability, because if Trump uses the Trade Act or the Trade Expansion Act, they know okay, the most he can do is this % for this many days, and they can plan their inventory and their contracts accordingly. And I don't think that even the sycophantic Republicans in Congress, I don't think the Senate would approve any of the tariffs that Trump wants to do, even a Republican Senate. So I'm hopeful that he'll get a month or two of rah tariffs, but in the long run, I think this does kind of kill his tariff plan.
I see. So you're saying after that 150-day max, all of these small, I think 10% across the board tariffs are just going to end up dying out because they're not going to get congressionally.
Mike Johnson might try to glaze him and get a majority in the House, but Senate Republicans have consistently opposed these tariffs, at least a majority of them, and these people love free market capitalism more than they love Trump, for better or worse. So that might help us in this situation.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I appreciate your input, Adam.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for helping out, man. And everyone here who doesn't already, make sure you guys go follow Evan as well. He makes great content. All right, we're gonna wrap it up now. This was a good live. Doesn't mean they'll get all their money back. They'll likely get something. It is possible, I suppose, that there's going to be some kind of flat fee. But the issue here is this. And by the way, Manchester, everyone who hops onto my lives late, you haven't missed anything. Just go to my YouTube, and the full live is there. You can watch it on 2x speed, even because it's no longer live. But yeah, Attorney Verity, I think you bring up a good point in that one half measure could be, okay, you owe this flat rate back to these companies at least if you can't calculate the full incidence of tariffs. But the issue here is the tariff on paper was paid by the importer, right? But in reality, it was also paid by the consumer. So it's not even fair to just give these companies that money back, because they didn't eat all of that cost. We ate a lot of that cost. And they can't pay the consumers back based on their spending. And if they just pay back the amount that the companies paid in tariffs straight up, then these companies are just getting a big payday at our expense, which kind of sucks. But yeah, I agree. And I think broadly speaking, the legally correct thing to do here is to reimburse people. But it's practically so hard. And the Trump admin has a good way of doing this, where when they do a bad policy, it's so unnecessarily complex and incompetent that ameliorating it afterwards is so much harder. Even with the economic numbers, we don't even know how accurate these are because of the massive accounting gap in October and November, half of November, from the government shutdown, which definitely skewed our BLS numbers. And now the BEA numbers come out, which show actually the BLS numbers were probably an undercount, and inflation's ticking up, and GDP is slowing, and our real income is stagnating, which maybe it's going to be to Trump's benefit in the sense that now that these tariffs are a lot weaker, our economy might rebound. But unfortunately for Trump, it might be too little too late, because the midterms are right around the corner now, and if we do have a bounce back from the tariffs being overturned by the courts, I don't know how long it takes for that to kick in. Maybe he's lucky and it kicks in October, but it's not looking good for him. He's losing political capital in his own party. He's historically unpopular. His policies are a failure across the board. And now, I don't know what the Fed should do. I have no clue what the Fed should do. Before, it felt pretty obvious. Okay, inflation's not that bad. Labor market's been kind of iffy. So either hold the rate steady or maybe cut them a little bit to help the labor market. And that's what Powell had been saying. But now I see 0.4% PCE index month over month for November, December. And again, you can't make too much out of month over month, because maybe we're lucky and the December to January is 0.2. And it's okay, false alarm. But seeing a 0.4% PCE index month over month, I think complicates stuff a lot for the Fed, because now raising rates is also an option. And yeah, it's hard to get to stagflation. Trump really tried to find a way, and I don't think we're going to get fully there, but I don't know, we'll get stagflation light or stagflation free trial for a little bit maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if the Fed is just cautious and just holds rates steady for now. And yes, that'd be amazing if the next POTUS can have some kind of settlement package for tariffs. And by the way, I think a settlement package for everyone whose constitutional rights were violated by the U.S. government should be paid a handsome sum of money. The families of Rene Good and Alex Preddy and everyone else, all the names that don't blow up in the news but are nonetheless affected, not only should Trump and his goons have to pay, but anyone who is injured by this government overreach should get some kind of compensation for that by the next administration. And yeah, we were just talking about this, AJ Okra. There is not a single mention in the entire opinion of refunds. It's just not mentioned. They just ignored it. Which, there's one good point that Trump brought up in his press conference, which is like, these fuckers wrote a long-ass opinion about so much stuff, and they didn't tell us if we have to refund anything. So, yeah, I don't know. And it's going to be hard to reimburse that, because let's say a company paid $10 billion in tariffs at the ports, but then they passed along $8 billion of the cost to consumers. It's not fair for that company to get $10 billion back if we footed 80% of the bill. And then how do you reimburse consumers for tariffs? Oh my God, could this be the fabled stimulus check from the tariffs that we were told about? Was this 10 million IQ from Trump that he's going to do illegal tariffs and then the courts stop him and now we have to reimburse the consumers, so you have to do stimulus checks? Okay. I think we're going to wrap it up for tonight. This was a good live. I think we peaked at like 750 viewers today, right? Something like that. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. And not a single one sent me shit on Cash App. No, I'm kidding. Good live, a fun live. I'll probably be live again tomorrow as well. And if you hopped on late and you missed anything, the full VOD is going to be available on YouTube. If you're not subscribed on YouTube, you need to do so, because TikTok is not a reliable platform, and I am expanding more to YouTube as well. Damn, y'all broke. It's okay. It's okay. I do this for the love of the game. And as I've said a million times, I'm in chorus now, so like I'll be okay. If you'd like to contribute financially, obviously I appreciate that, and it helps make this more sustainable in the long run, but for at least the next 6 months, I'm going to be okay. Chorus has more than taken care of us Chorus creators. Very nice of them. And yeah, the SCOTUS decision is very damaging for Trump. And yeah, they could have hit me up with something. They should have. I agree. Thank you, Jonathan. What's Chorus? It's Brian Tyler Cohen's incubator program for up-and-coming pro-democracy creators. There was a big controversy about Chorus. I've cleared this up before. I'll clear it up again. Where what's her name? What is the name of the one journalist who wrote the thing? Taylor Lorenz, right? They did this whole, what I now think is a hit piece, now that I'm in Chorus, about this dark money Democratic group is recruiting establishment liberal shills to toe the party line. And if they're signing the contract, they can't criticize Israel, and they can't criticize Biden, and they have to like sign over their firstborn child to Brian Tyler Cohen. And I can say, without being specific, obviously for legal reasons, I saw the contract, I signed the contract, there was not a single word, implication, explicit or implicit statement that I had to change my content. We have 1,000,000% free reign to talk about what we want to talk about, criticize who we want to criticize. So Yeah, that was at first I was like, okay, is this real or not? Now that I'm in it, I know that shit was bullshit, which is annoying because it's still a big narrative. If anyone saw on Twitter recently that Hassan Piker and Brian Tyler Cohen got into it over like, you stinky chorus creators towing the Democratic Party line. Anyone who watches me consistently knows on my lives, I've spent countless hours shitting on Joe Biden, shitting on Gavin Newsom, talking about the genocide, shitting on the Democratic Party. So I thought that if I was in chorus, I wasn't allowed to do that. I do that virtually every day. So don't believe everything you read on the internet, especially if it's from Taylor Lorenz, apparently, because that was kind of a crazy smear now that I have the inside scoop on it. But yeah, okay. Oh wow, the viewership really shot up. Listen, we're wrapping up the live to the 250 people in here. Today was a great live, the greatest live. We talked about the Supreme Court decision, the new economic numbers on inflation and GDP, and then we did some debates as well. If you missed any of this A1 top tier content, do not fret. Go to my YouTube. It's all there. It's in my live tab. The full 4 hours and 10 minutes of this live is all accessible to you. In fact, better than watching it live, because now you can watch at 2x speed if you want, if you're ADHD like me. So if you missed today's live, migrate over to YouTube. It was a banger. It was a good one. So first of all, follow on TikTok. Then go to my profile on TikTok. Click the Linktree thing. Go to my YouTube. Subscribe on YouTube and watch today's live and all the previous lives. And then send me every dollar in your bank account. Speaking of which, the legend, back at it again. Thank you to attorney Verity Smith for the $10. Thank you. What a patriot. What an American patriot. Thank you. Thank you for that. They will need the 2x for your stubborn, ignorant guests. This is true. This is very true. Okay. Have a good night, everyone. Stay safe, stay peaceful, stay patriotic, and until I see you all next, stand